Hey, hey, what's up, everybody? It's me, Alex Yard. We got capital G Gordon Freeman with the first chat of the day. Now, who is it that said that? Gordon Freeman 64 or the guy that's been allegedly hacking Gordon's accounts? How we doing with that, buddy? Hello, Vector Sader. We got Eblo certifying the 64th chat of the day. And JJ amazed that T. Lopes and Penny is here in the waiting zone. Dude, anything goes in the waiting zone. That's what William Shatner always used to say. And no need to apologize, Gordon. Really, the only question at this point is, have you secured your account? Look, I don't mean to laugh about it. I just, got to take these things seriously. Make sure everyone in the community is in a good place. But hi, everybody. All right, yeah, and we can talk about more of that off-stream, Gordon. But before I make the classical error of a generation, let me open the flippin' YouTube chat. How about that? But yeah, why isn't the game on screen? Because I got to click the thing. Did you guys see the update from Muffin Tunes? It's not that interesting. He just did it's been several months. Where have I been? What have I been up to? Where's my Kegel window? Remember Muffin Tunes, the guy that did those Sunday streams where you could request songs from a long list of video game musics for him to play it, sight read it, perform it. It was pretty cool. Maybe it's going to come back. Why won't the Alexander Adventure channel load? Oh, I want to click the button and have it go. Oh my god. Yeah, JJ had wondered, what happened to Muffin Tunes, because JJ subbed and everything, and then he up and just bounces. Yeah, his life update was like the most typical life update. Real life getting in the way. Talking about things that he wants to do without actually doing them. Talking about overcommitting self. Overcommitting, listen, I'm saying it here in the air as an incentive for him to improve. Let's collect some chaos rings, okay? So, picking up at the save state from last time, and this is for the third chaos ring. If I got the third chaos ring, then I deserve to get it again. It can't just be a one-off. Keo doesn't know who I'm talking about. Yeah, sorry for the mysteriosity. And hello, Keo. Yes, as JJ recalls, yes, Keo, you perhaps remember the ice cap clarinet performance that was in the waiting zone. That's Muffin Tunes. And what's funny is that in that update video, where have I been? Sorry for no uploads video, he specifically calls out the ice cap video as, oh yeah, maybe you saw the last thing that I did. That was the ice cap thing. Why am I not controlling SBO yet? I'm sorry. I just got to activate the button mapping for Kega, which is what I will use later for Shinobi 3. After the Silksong Earthblade Symposium. That's going to be something. Yeah, and JJ says, was it clarinet? Yes, it was definitely clarinet. Eblo is right. It's 5 minutes past the hour. Boycott Alex Yard. Sabotage his progress. And I already missed two Spheres. You ever go to McDonald's and hear someone pronounce it spear when it's actually pronounced SV? Oh, well, I'm going to be using Save States the Hedgehog to an extent. I don't want to over-abuse it, because then you're just hearing constantly. So I am going to have to earn my ticket to some special stages. But there are some retries. allowed. You just use coins, says Eblo. Yeah, JJ says, I think I saw a spear. All right, I'll save state that hedgehog. But yeah, Eblo says, just use coins to restart. And it's a good thing that I do have the Sonic Origins Chaotix patch. Misses the blue sphere again. Course out. It is a very important aspect of, Sonic games DNA. You can course out in Sonic Mania's special stage. You can't in CD. You can course out in Sonic 1 special stages if you think about it, or if you don't think about it, it's still the case. Because you hit those goals. Now, is Sonic Superstars the game that finally showed you what those Sonic 1 special stage goal bits look like in real life? You play Sonic 1 as a kid, and you look at those... I gotta get this time. Damn it, dude. Alright. You look at those goal spheres. Hustle a little. There's like not enough time to get the rings and get all the way to the left. But anyway, you see the Sonic 1 special stage's goal, and you're like, what could that even be? How does it transport you and make you lose the special stage instantly? And I believe it's Sonic Superstars that depicts that explicitly. They make like a realistic kind of wireframe portal, and it's the same kind of glowing, scary color as those original Sonic 1 special stage gold rings, which is so funny. I may have likened that into the past to, in Half-Life, of course, we all know that you go up to those health stations and you hold the button to refill your health, and nothing happens except you see the health station light go on, and as you hear, boop, 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 And then in Half-Life, oh, look, it's those saws from Metallic Madness. Half-Life Alyx. Damn it. You get to see those health stations very realistically. And you get to see him put his hand in, and you see what it does to his hand. That's all I'll say. It's like, oh, that's what was happening all along in Half-Life 1. I'm running out of rings, everybody. Watch saws. Let's take another lap. Do you think it's enough to make it? Da-da-da-da. There's a bluey. Oh, damn it, it's hard to gauge where you're gonna land with a jump, I'm not making excuses, I'm just identifying realities. So yes, this is of course another special stage where time equals rings. And now that I think of time, I'm pretty sure on Monday we were talking about like this lineage of Sonic, different games that at one point or another have used the rings counting down as a time mechanic. And now it's got me thinking, what was the earliest example of that? I would think maybe it's Sonic 2 as Super Sonic. Was that the first time, you go Super and it lasts however long you have rings, which slowly dwindle down, and we were talking about it in this, as well as this game's bonus stages. Your rings gradually dwindle. Oh, I missed a blue. Oh, I didn't miss it. Wow, I can back up and get the rings that way? That's a good deal. It's so nostalgic getting knocked back and then wait for the kind of the momentum to get you back. Hey, I got exactly the right amount. Yeah, Ebload said classic 90s troll move by Sonic Team. Sorry, I kind of forgot what that was. No need to exhaustively type it. But maybe the course out. Yeah, I don't think it's trolly. I mean, as you're gonna see me say in the 25% sequel. Oh, okay, yeah. Evlo says the gold blocks and the Sonic 1. Yeah, I don't consider those to be trolls. I would say that anyone who falls into those, it's because they were, just kind of, what's the word? Barreling forth. Right? Most people don't even think about the speed of rotation, the up and down buttons that affect the speed of the rotation. If you are properly managing the rotation speed, then there's no cheap shots with those goals. In my humble opinion, I have to do a deep dive research reconnaissance. Yes, I know. These graphics are so good. There's my last flipping thing. 8 rings. Oh no, we're stuck in purgatory, guys. Why does it feel like those seconds are so much faster? Oh, okay, yes, alright, I get what you mean. Yes. So Evlo says, it says goal, but it isn't the goal. The goal's a goal. You're right. Yes, that is a legendary kind of misnomer. Yeah, goal, right? That can only mean the object of what you're trying to do. I'm gonna get that first blue sphere. I don't care how much provolone I gotta unload onto this thing, but I'm gonna get it. Look, you never want to cheese, but listen. Oh, is that a troll? I'm just kidding. We're gonna do this, baby. We're gonna do this. Encore mode wager versus JJ today is gonna be great. And, oh my... They make you want to follow the rings. Yeah, Evlo suggests, why don't I just save state after every single sphere? And that's a thing. Speaking of Half-Life, did I talk about Half-Life, or do I just have it on the mind because of Earthblade? That's going to be something today. What was I going to say about Half-Life the Hedgehog? Oh yeah, in Half-Life, you can save state basically anywhere. So you could kill one enemy, retreat to a safe spot behind, a corner, and then just abuse save states that way. This is for hardcore gamers and special stages. Oh god. Oh. I got 9 out of 8. Nice. Third Bruno is in the house. Gonna be listening from here out until later. Hope you're doing good, Third Bruno. Wow, JJ says that I basically just described JJ's playthrough of Half-Life 1 before giving up on the game. And did you say that you gave up on Halo 1 or lowered the difficulty or something? And is that an aberration, or is that typically how it goes for first-person shooters that you've played? Keep jumping to avoid these. That's what they told me in med school. Oh, don't fall. Lost some precious rings. So we're gonna have to do another lap. JJ lowered the difficulty for one mission. It was probably the flood, right? Maybe you told me that. Come on, where are the blueies? There's one. Alright, I don't have enough rings, dude. All these stray rings lying. I'm so close. And there's the last sphere. Alright. Dude, we're in special stage purgatory. This is, character building, I'll say. Wow. JJ says, Halo is the first non-Metroid first-person shooter that you ever finished. So you're telling me that growing up you gave up on the control center in GoldenEye 64? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I guess I've just had a storied resume with FPSs even early in my gaming career as a young teenager, playing plenty of Half-Life 1, both the one-player and the online stuff. You telling me I gotta do another lap? Or do I? Alright, that's 8. That's 8. Gordon Freeman's got the shout out for Doom 1 and 2 being on sale. Alright, first lap in the bag. Maybe I should rotate a lot by default, because that will give me a better scope on where the emeralds are. Doesn't find any necessarily. Damn it, that part is so hard. Oh my god. Alright, well. Should I be stockpiling rings as a false failsafe? Oh, you shouldn't be hitting that thing. Yeah, let me prioritize rings at the moment. I'm at 5, so it's not like I was close. Gordon says all the Doom games are on sale. So does that include Doom Eternal the Hedgehog? Or just the vanilla Dooms? The ones that came out, you know, for PC and DOS? Oh, I have 7 out of 8? I could make this work. I need some rings though, man. Rings. Alright. If I buckle down... No, that's not buckling down. Oh, damn it. Dude, you can't see it. You can't see it. Coming over that hill. It's like you have to know. I think I did it right. 5, 4, is that enough? Now, is there a third part to this? No, good. I think. Yay! Yes. You get to see some actual level gameplay, guys. Isn't that awesome? Alright, so I will save state here, just in case. Eblo has the last man on Earth bit where society has crumbled. People are living off the fat of the land, and there's AY, Alex Yard, still stuck in the chaotic special stages, serving out his purgatory sentence to one day go to paradise and be rewarded with 72 raisin boxes, you know, those little fun packs. JJ has tried in the past Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, GoldenEye, Wii, and Serious Sam. You know, JJ's never been enthusiastic about shooters. They're very samey to him. But Halo is very good at giving you freedom and limiting your options. Now, remind me, have you played Halo 2? Because you might like Halo 2 a lot for that reason. It's so creative. I know I've sung the praises of Halo 2 a whole lot when I was working on the Sopranos video. And I think some of you were here when I was capturing footage from Halo 2. And I kept doing take after take. And then I finally got the one that I knew it was going to be the take. And it was. So you guys were there for living Who Gives a Crap history. And it's funny because, you know, I've often talked about how I don't let myself get carried away when I'm making, you know, videos by and large. I do not get carried away like, oh, let me do one more take. I could get it to be more perfect. I assure you that is not a problem. So that Halo 2 thing that I did, I don't know. It needed to... That one was very particular because I wanted my gameplay to match the gameplay scene that happened earlier in the video. Because earlier in the video, you see him playing in that room and he dies. So the bit was that I'm better at Halo 2 than the footage you saw earlier. Alright, cool. Yeah, JJ is 2 missions into Halo 2. It's already better in a lot of ways. You just climbed into a crab tank. Crab tank. Oh, is that the kind of tanks that you can control? It's kind of like the tank you can control in Odyssey, right? In that you can control a tank. Look, I know not all games are like Odyssey. Oh, don't want either of those. And yeah, JJ has been certainly vibing with the remastered cutscenes in that their Master Chief collection. Can Nintendo games get graphics this good? I would say yes, and we'll know for sure on April 2, 2020 now. When the Nintendo Direct about the Switch 2 happens, and they're going to reveal the Master Chief Collection on Switch, GTA Kids Edition on Switch, GTA 6, the scaled down, mostly multiplayer edit. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's coming to Switch 2. What else? Bully and LA Noire, both coming to Switch 2. I'm calling it now, you guys. Don't want to lose my rings. I lost my rings, and I'm pissed. I feel like if you go faster in these levels, you're more likely to have a good time. A combi ring, but barely any rings to combine. Hey, oh, he's got an electric shock? Is that electric shock only at certain times of day? Interesting. JJ wonders if anyone played Bully, and no, I haven't played it. JJ gave it a couple of hours on the Wii once, but didn't see the appeal. You know, honestly, I didn't see anything particularly interesting about it either in the kind of trailers that I saw. I don't even know if it's like a dialogue-driven game. How did I just lose rings? Oh, is that the combi ring exploding, maybe? It's funny how that... Oh, Gordon has Bully in his resume. Now, when you played it, Gordon, did you play as a bully, or did you play as someone dealing with bullies? Or are you the little kid that gets picked on, and throughout the game, you become a bully and perpetuate the cycle of violence and social peer pressuring? Gordon Freeman's not sure why you couldn't get past the mission with the flood. I'm just kidding. Shout out to JJ, developer of AS2R. The guy's so epic they made a song about him in Cocoa Melons. JJ says that in that game you play as a rough kid whose parents are going through bad stuff. So is it safe to say that the kid, you know, is processing his family situation and is taking out his aggression on the little pipsqueaks in his class that have a warm, loving family? Like, you get to see your character watch the scrawny kid, you know, get great gifts from his parents, you know, like a new DS. And he's like, hey, I want that in my family, but I'm not getting what I need from my parental units. Let me balance the scales by making this kid's life hell so that he can't even enjoy the family fruits that I, the titular bully, am denied. Bully 1, available on Switch 2 at some point. Dude, I'm going so fast. I have good gamer instincts. Don't crash. I didn't have enough rings. Yeah. Having played lots of first-person shooters in my life, what I liked about Serious Sam that, you know, what did Serious Sam bring to my table that hadn't made it to my table yet? Well, crap tons of enemies. Crap tons of enemies, you're constantly having to run around. It's just that they're throwing everything at you. And that kind of feels like what Doom 2016 is like a little bit. But Doom 2016, the AI intelligence quotient is on a whole nother level. Those dudes use the territory, climb up towers to use them as a useful combat point, you know. Do-do-do-do-do. Now, JJ mentions that Good Vibes Gaming has been doing these viewer-ranked, like the best games on every... I think I saw the one about the best 10 Master System games show up in my recommended. Dude, I want John Cartwright from Good Vibes Gaming to do his own thing. He is far and away the best part of that channel. There, I said it. But JJ just watched the Good Vibes Gaming list that today of the Genesis games, and Chaotix got 2 votes. Well, can I get the combi ring? It exploded. Endless mind lick. Yeah, JJ says, yeah, John Cartwright is the best thing. The dude with the glasses was hard to... Why can't I picture the glasses? Sometimes I get them mixed up with the Nintendo Life guys, because all 3 of the Nintendo Life guys find a way to annoy me. You all know about waffling, but the other guys, I don't know, maybe my dislike of them is not as fair as my dislike of Waffle Man's. Am I supposed to go up or not? No. It's telling me not to. See the arrow of rings? Oh, I thought that was an arrow of rings telling me. Dude, you can just throw your part. You don't even have to use the mechanics. You know what Nintendo Life needs to kickstart their bullcrap? The Uncle Fester guy from Digital Foundry. Maybe I was supposed to keep going left. Well, I have the admission ticket for the special stage. You guys hearing that 4? 5, 1, 4. It's the 4. Oh. Is that one? It's got that. Little dinky knuckles. Dude, the on-screen segments today are gonna be so segmenty. It's gonna be great. JJ wonders if the Digital Foundry guy is in one of those thumbnails. You're saying their DF Direct this week had the funniest face? Maybe pull it up later. Yeah, I don't mean to shame the guy, but there are dozens of us. There are dozens of us who look at those thumbnails and you're like, is this driving sales? What did I say in the video? Metallic Madness? That Sonic CD was famously omitted from the Sonic Mania elevator animation teaser in a bid to protect sales. Right? They didn't... Oh. This character building seminar for special stages is mainly about getting to them. Damn it, dude. Chunky Knuckles is making this difficult. Yeah, I don't know. I listened to Fester sing the praises of Penny's big breakaway. But every praise that he gave just came down to the technical performance. The penguins run good. The momentum is functional. I know I'm not allowed to harp on Penny for more than 30 seconds at a time anymore, so that was that one. JJ says, how did that happen? There's no badniks in this game, according to online reviewers. Sorry, which game? Penny? Or Chaotix? Because Penny only has the penguins. And I don't think you can even kill the penguins. It's just, the penguins are trying to grab you, and you gotta avoid them. You should be able to tether yourself to a penguin, and then use those rubber band mechanics. Maybe that's what Penny needs to make sense. Partner mechanics like this game. Since CW's whole main holy grail of gaming is this, Knuckles Chaotix. He should just lean into it. Oh boy, don't lose your rings. That's your admission ticket. Is this solid? Yeah, baby. I love this game. It has such great physics. I got the YouTube chat open, I didn't forget. And I'm happy about it. 4-4. Oh, I love the way the song uses the 4. You play as Espio. Alright guys, I saved my state. Yes, as JJ says, you can always visually tell when a platform is solid. Sega honors the contract with the player, saying, we want you to know by intuitive visual cue what's solid and what's not. And so, yeah, when you play a game... Whoa, they put that blue thing right in front of the spikes? Is that allowed? Don't sing. Sorry. Wow, you gotta get 10 blue rings? Of course, there's nothing to put that in context with. Oh, you don't have enough speed to get back? Ah, jumping does the trick. Interesting. Today you learned. Am I supposed to... That one earlier... Look at this S&M setup, dude. This looks like the basement of the 50 Shades of Greys. Don't go to the basement without a chaperone. Love me like you do. Love, love, love me like... With the helicopter. That's a good date movie. The movie where the guy gives her all the laptops. He courts Dakota Johnson, the Nepo baby, and part of his courtship is sending her free, like a laptop. Here's a laptop. And you can look forward to more perks of this relationship. We all knew that was going to happen. So it's 4:35. Hopefully I can get this Chaotix ring before the big showtime of Sonic Mania with the gorgeous Green Hill alternate. I guess it's kind of sunsetty, right? Yeah, how do you avoid those spike balls? Could I get the height to get over them? And then this is a one-time hoe? Yeah. I love this. I'm so nostalgic for this upwards ramp. I love ramps in games. Uh-oh, hurdles. Prioritize spheres. I had a short one. JJ's got the shout out 50 Shades of Grey and 50 grams of shrooms. Jokes about magic mushrooms and hallucinations? Yeah, that's right at home in Sonic Movie 2. So it's a shame they cut that scene. It would have had kids asking their parents, right? At the end of movie 1, they say, "What is reconnaissance?" But after movie 2, had they not cut that scene, say, "Why do the mushrooms make Eggman see things?" Why are the lady and the man dancing? Oh god. 17 rings. And I still got the whole nother set, right? I'm doomed. They should give you a rings payout when you get to the end of this first lap. Couldn't even tell if there was something. Oh, that's a very narrow little way. I couldn't even see it because I was coming at it at a poop angle. Knuckles. Alright. Clearly, to succeed here, you gotta get everything in one lap. You can't be taking 2 laps. And you definitely can't be hitting those hazards. This is going so much better. I can't see crap. I love this music so much that I had no regrets about doing an involved music theory video about it. Look, I can't be spending the rest of my career pouring myself into known but not well-known and beloved Sonic games and just have them get 30,000 views and then call it a career. I can't be doing that for the next 5 years. But, you know, if I mostly hone in on big-ticket Sonic-related music theory... Hey, I finished it in 1 lap. Do I get a candy bar? Oh, this narrow way. Oh, that's tricky. I'm so nostalgic for these upward ramps with the cool color gradient. Not nostalgic, but nostalgic. I forgot about this hardcore platforming element of these awesome specialists. They're so underrated. You get used to the motion sickness right off the bat. I never felt motion sicknessy. It's easy to imagine someone feeling yucky looking at this, but I sure don't. Oh, I got messed up by the trajectory. Okay, yeah, now JJ saw the announcement that the next video will be the longest yet. But that's a good question. Will it be as long as the investigation video? No. It's gonna be about... How do you get that one? It's gonna be approaching 25 minutes. So yeah, it's gonna exceed... I believe that Metallic Madness... Was that the long... Did maybe Superstars ran above 20? But... yeah, the Sonic Mania video is going to be about 24 minutes. And, yeah, I'm thrilled with the progress, right? When I think about wanting to get to the end of January in a couple days with a lot of the work done, and a lot of the work is done. The vast majority of footage, the whole script, many, many, many important graphics. Yeah, it's so full steam ahead. As long as I continue, right? I've been exceeding the pace. So because I'm ahead of schedule, I have the micro peace of mind that even if I was to just do the bare minimum per day, I should be set. So being able to have some days go past the bare minimum work hours requirement, I'm feeling good about it, you guys. It's going to be an event in time. Oh, nice. I got this on one lap. JJ says sweet. It's going to be sweet indeed. Yeah, and I've set March 11 as the tentative default release date, but it could be sooner. Probably by mid-February, I'll have a much better idea. That is devious. You have to. Oh, it's kind of, yeah. You have to sidestep around it. Can't see crap. Course out is what I want to not happen. 7 rings. 7. Is this a jump? Oh, this, I can't, you can't tell. Well, I needed 2 more anyway. So this, now I gotta make sure I collect rings, but also make sure I don't hit any bumpers like those. And certainly not lose rings and almost fall off the damn side at 10 rings worth of time I just lost. I know I said I wasn't gonna do these. So why am I doing them? Alright, I don't need that. I won't even risk it. Oh boy. 14 seconds left. I could have just lost it all hitting that spiky spike. Hitting that Dakota Johnson apparatus. We're good. 2 laps, that's how it always is, right? Just in perfect time to get set up for Sonic Mania. Yeah, baby. Dude, the pyramid is growing. I'm so glad you guys are here to see the expansion of this pyramid scheme. Dude, we're going to be playing Sonic Mania soon. Gonna get right to it with on-screen segments. You're gonna see all the alternate color schemes for Green Hill and other beloved zones. So really all I gotta do now is save state this and then get set up for the JJ Showdown. And hey, what's up, Monero over on YouTube? Loving that DK profile pic. It'd be cool if we could have profile pics on Twitch, although I gotta set up badges. And I'm getting caught up on work enough that I can maybe start to do some of those far too delayed, quality of life Twitch things. So let's put this in the Knuckles Chaotix folder. And I'm going to call this file have for Emerald. I'm just going to call it Emeralds for clarity. Cope. Not that it affects you. It's like the Megyn Kelly unprofessional business practice of, doing a podcast, doing YouTube content, and then when she wants to queue up a clip, she'll say to her director assistant and be like, all right, yeah, play that. It's clip number 14. I so thoroughly hate that she puts that unnecessary for us information into the consciousness of the that's behind the scenes only. All right, we're ready to clip. Play clip 17. Oh, I hate importing that data point into my brain. It's so, I don't know. I'll figure out what to say about that someday, but I'm just trying to save my state here. Mega Drive. Alright, I'm going with that. So, I'll be back on Miniero and everyone else very soon to play some Sonic Mania Encore mode, and we'll get the on-screen segments going. It's gonna be certified fiery fire. Just you wait. Just you wait. I know, sorry, that my game is not up yet, but enjoy JJ's menu activity in the meantime. The audio also could be louder, right? Get that up to an incredible level. I just got to change out of full screen, which is probably why you can't see it. Dude, gonna play Sonic Mania now. While, ongoing work on the Sonic Mania music theory video, I'm in my happy place, you guys. Celebrate the good times. And deactivate full screen. Hey, there's the game. Alright, so let me go to the Encore menu so you can vibe with this incredible music. And we'll get going in just a minute. And this is going to be a points wager. Right. So, the prize for an accurate prediction in today's score competition wager is channel points. You're going to win the channel points of the people who bet wrong. That's how it works every single time. Let me pop back on camera here. Sorry for the non-tense sentence. It just kind of happened. All right. So, this is going to be the first 6 zones. Okay, and of course, if you game over by losing all your roster, then it's just like a game over in any other versus wager where the other person at that point just has to finish to win. Who will get the higher score? And if we both were to die, which is possible, if we both lost our whole 5-man roster, it's all men, right? Yeah. Then it would be whoever got the higher score, I guess, as much as they were able to complete. All right. So Alex or JJ gonna have a robust half hour to figure your deal out, and Eblo says Ian Flynn has joined the chat. So what's the connection to Ian Flynn? I love me some supplemental Ian Flynn lore, and I'm sorry the music stopped. What I just realized was, well, I didn't queue up the segments. But by watching me queue up the segments, you're going to see how quick of a process it is for me to get these segments in place, right? I assure you, as we're going to talk about in today's Silksong Symposium, I don't want you guys getting the impression that I'm, mismanaging, misbudgeting my time with inefficient, it takes forever to put together these slides. No. I got a handle on it. It's just that, well, once you extract the files, you just have to load them into OBS. But look, it meant that you got to see this Encore menu. No, I'm not going to be a bad salesman. I'm just going to queue up the segments. Right here, I'm clicking on segments. Nostalgia Kyo at the movies. Who could forget? Kyo at the movies. A snapshot in history. All right, click all the files, and we are in business. I'm pretty sure. Watch. All right. Okay, yeah, Eblo, yeah, connected that. Yeah, I was just stopping to think, are all 5 characters in Mania men? And the answer is yeah, maybe they're not adult men, but they are male. They have this chromosome, not the other, which has implications for who can go super, I'm told. JJ has insta-game overed in this before. So let me go ahead and hit go on the prediction. And if any hero moderators are available to update the stream category, hopefully someone can do that. So I just need to delete this file. And then begin. All right, JJ, I think we're ready to go. So, why don't I just count down on, you'll hear it and catch up. 3, 2, 1. Whoa, you guys, this is Angel Island. Eblo says it's an Azuka-ism, and Kyo wonders, doesn't Amy go super in Origins? Yes, but she can't go hyper. I believe even in Origins, them dogs can go hyper, but not Ames. And I think that the Game Apologist made a video about that, and he used the word disgusting to describe, Sonic Team, I guess mainly Azuka, that was his call to make it set up that way. I disagree that it's disgusting, but trying to make a content slice about it will be a losing battle, so I'll just stick to, more straightforward, simple stuff like Silksong and Earthblade. It's going to be something today. Thank you so very much to the moderator that updated the stream category. Kyo said, well, neither could Tails in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Wait, there's no Hyper Tails? No, there's Hyper Tails. Oh, sanity check. Is there Hyper Tails? Is Kyo... Whoa, there's 100,000 points bet on me? on JJ. It's gotta be on JJ, right? Dude, it's on 100,000 points already, guys. Get in on this. Gordon Freeman's got the question on Gordon's mind. Who bet 100K on JJ? Uh-oh, no shields. Although, this doesn't even have a score tally, maybe? Is this all useless to collect rings? Where am I going? Where is this? It's a whole new Angel Island. Okay, Evlo says, in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Tails cannot go super from the Chaos Emeralds. Wow, so to go super at all, Tails has to get the Super Emeralds, not just the vanilla Chaos Emeralds. Okay, JJ says there was a tally. Oh, but the good thing is I lost that shield without taking a cool bonus hit. Because it got extinguished when I hopped in the water. I was just playing Chaotix before. How do you guys feel about the Schrodinger's cat thing where I'm going to pick Ray and then it's going to reveal that Mighty was like a hard-boiled heavy, I guess? Eblo thinks that Origins scaled it back so that Super Tails is normal and Hyper Tails get the... Oh, so that's new for Origins? So I guess I, mistakenly in my head thought that... Yeah, the birds that circle around Tails? That's newly added for Origins? Dude, we're gonna have a Go Super Lore seminar. And it's gonna be great. Alright, Eblo says that the birds are in OG, but it's just Super Tails. Alright, Keo confirms also the birds were always there, but they are Super Tails. Alright, so that's... So there was no Hyper Tails. Is there Hyper Knuckles? I want to say yes, there's a Hyper Knuckles. Alright, thank you. Eblo confirms. Yeah, so because this is Encore mode, anything goes. If I wanted to, I could use Ray as much as I wanted. Yeah, Eblo says Tails got excluded for no apparent reason. I mean, the one thing that comes to mind is that he's so young. He's so young that it's a little bit too much to ask for him. Ooh, insurance. It's a little bit too much to ask for him to just quickly get a handle on, such an ancient, profound... I mean, the dude is 8 years old. It's a miracle enough, and maybe even lore-breaking, stretching, logic rubber bands, that an 8-year-old could even go super. That just doesn't seem like something that an 8-year-old would be able to just do like that. Yeah, Eblo thinks that maybe even Azuka outright stated something along those lines. Enemies. I'm so good at Ray. Really, I just like playing as Ray. This bottleneck, sweetheart. And it's great that when you cancel out of the glide and fly, you roll into a ball for safe maneuvering. Oh, we're gonna get the on-screen segment. Maybe at the boss? No, I'll have to focus on the boss. It'll be a victory for the first mini-boss. Oh, another homie. Yeah, so I guess I don't see the need to rotate. Because if I rotate, is it possible that I'll lose Ray, or will I only lose the secondary buddy that's currently secondary? Wow, there's now 104 points bet on JJ. What have I done? Oh, nice job, Sonic. Nice, 2-hit shuffle. That should have been enough. Gordon hopes that I win. Because he bet on me, and that would be a massive payout, wouldn't it, Gordon? Wouldn't it? Well, off to a good start. Did I keep my full cool bonus? Let's see. 10,000 cool bonus? Look out, JJ. Here comes Alex Yard. Wow, Third Bruno is coming to us live from the local Pizza Hut. No pizzones. End of an era. But always happy to see the Pizza Hut love, which tosses us right into today's first segment. Sonic Cross Shadow Generations. 2 million units sold. Congratulations, Sega. You've proven that, all along you could make a dynamite game if you gave it enough budget, and a major motion Keanu was enough to finally get us a budget. So really we should be saying, thanks Keanu for lighting a fire under Sega's A's, because I guess Jim Carrey wasn't enough to make Sega strike while the iron is hot and make an incredible game that they are always capable of doing, dude. It's like, I'm just saying. So I guess there's nothing much to talk about the 2 million sales. But still, as an honest reporter, I had to bring it to your attention. So I think we can honestly, go right next into the next segment, dude. JJ crash landed in a special stage by accident. Eblo says that this means that we're getting Shadow the Hedgehog 3. Let's go. Alright, so check this out. Throwback Wednesday. Here's an excerpt from the instruction manual for Sonic Triple Trouble. And I won't say why I was looking at Sonic Triple Trouble's manual, but I was. And I saw this. The second instruction: do not bend, crush, or submerge in liquids. Some people need to be told this. You open the game on Christmas, you're excited, you're fun, looking at every last detail on the box, you're looking at every little gear inside the cartridge, those little teeth that connect metallically to the console. Keo says, we could have gotten Eggman Generations, is what you're saying? What's the bit with that? Sorry, I don't get the bit. Oh, God. Projectiles. Evlo says, I will bend, crush, and submerge as I see fit. And it will not void the warranty. So if it starts not loading up past the Sega opening screen, I don't want to hear it. That should be covered under warranty. You assume that I read the instruction manual, but I want to bend as I please. Wow, is the AI figuring out how to get over that? Look at Sonic. Oh, man. And this was the game that made Sega look like Emperor Eddie in his heart underpants? Come on, CW, this partner AI is worse than Origins Day 1. I'm just kidding. And then, of course, don't put it near a radiator, right? If you drop your cartridge in water, don't put it near a radiator. There are other rice methods to help your life. And finally, I love this. Be sure to take an occasional recess during extended play. I love that use of the word recess. I wonder, I guess I have a question for the UK-minded or the Spain-minded or anyone here from the Czechoslovakian Republic. I want to know, what do you call what I guess Americans call recess? Now, can I use Ray to get the height that I need? Damn it. I could have. I don't know what went wrong. But I know that I just lost a whole bunch of rings, and I don't know how many JJ has. Dang it. Okay, interesting. JJ says break time. So, and then, I think it's pretty standard in America that recess is after lunch. Actually, I don't know that for sure, but and in a way it sounds counterintuitive. Why would you eat and then go run around outside? Like, what? But at the same time, it would be weird to go outside in the middle of the day and play football if you're starving for lunch. Interesting. Third Bruno recalls that his middle school called something fall recess, which was 2 days off. So that was but then when you, assuming that your school had, the middle of the day, go outside and play sports or climb on the jungle gym for 20 minutes. And our recess was always a brisk 20 minutes, which kind of pisses me off. I mean, how many possessions of a football game can you do in 20? It should be 30, but at least 25. Did Sonic just glitch out? Did he look jumbo in those pipes? I'm gonna have to check the New York replay on that. I don't remember this. Is this an Encore mode area? Having to jump on one of those little platforms. Kyo, much like me, is a big fan of this blue chemical plant. It's so awesome. It feels so right. Eblo doesn't know if Europe understands what football is. They keep using that term to describe soccer. LOL. Trying to bait JJ, but JJ's in on the bit too, and so am I. Oh god. Do you guys think those worms are like worms that can move around and think? But they're made of the blue goop, man? I kind of want to know how many points JJ's got. 65k. Oops. 65,000 points. There we go. Eblo was not expecting the philosophical question of whether stage hazards in a Sonic game are capable of thought. And that's because most badniks, you just see a robot. But yeah, it's like kind of a middle ground. Is it just a inanimate hazard? They seem, right? I honestly think, at least when I was young playing this, when I would see those things, I would just not really think too hard about it, but I would think, oh, it's those creepy blue worms. Like, they kind of look like worms. Kia wonders, does this badnik have a soul? And I have protracted thoughts on souls that I can't go into at this time and place. But someday there may become a day where I have to. Which is funny because Metroid games explicitly call out the soul as a mechanic that affects the plot. Where did that come from? How did I take damage? I looked down. Oh, I hear him. Where's the... He's throwing the dots from up here. How am I supposed to beat JJ this way? Protect your cool bonus at any cost. Now, Gordon Freeman may be anticipating today's discussion segment, says that there's a Celeste version on NES. Evlo wonders if the devs are going to cancel the version of Earthblade for NES. So I honestly don't know if that's a complete bit or if it's partly true, but I do know that Celeste was first created as a little quick, game jam, throw together a game in 48 hours type of thing. And then obviously it was expanded into the Celeste the Hedgehog that we know today. Gordon says it's the first two stages. So the NES Celeste, I take it, damn it, has what went on to be the first two levels in Celeste the Hedgehog. Monero, sorry I missed your chat until now. You wish Ray and Mighty would appear in more future games. And I do too. Have they really not been in anything else? There's no playable Ray in Frontiers, which is a crying shame. Gordon says it's a demake. But is it by the Celeste devs, or is it by, the next generation of Christians and whiteheads? Gordon Freeman says, no. Alright, it's by yeah. So if it's by a fan, that's just a totally different thing. People get carried away, legitimizing Pimp Problem, putting his name up on the rafters with Christian Whitehead. Very foolish, very, very misguided. Eblo says, say what you will about Christian Whitehead, but not a single Sonic game has been made by Atheist Whitehead. And don't even get me started on Taoist Whitehead. That guy has ideas. You know, your thoughts have a very Eastern flavor to them. Yeah, I lived in Jersey my whole life. Vector says there's a Celeste 2. Is that a fan-made, just fan thing? You know, in my moderate research for today's Silksong Celeste 2 Earthblade Symposium Forum Postmortem Deep Dive Analysis, I did see a thing called Strawberry Jam, like Celeste Strawberry Jam. And I think it was the Celeste devs watching, you know, a playthrough, or maybe playing it themselves. And it's like, oh, okay, you're sitting around, you know, playing this fan game homage to your first game instead of making your next game. JJ says, I just made you LOL. Glad to hear it. And I hope that it sabotaged your gameplay so I can fight back with the scores. I wonder what was it the Jersey thing? Because that's from The Sopranos. I can't take full credit for that. Tony Soprano says that. His therapist. Well, maybe that wasn't what you were laughing about. Vector says Celeste Classic 2, sequel to Celeste Classic. But it's by the original creator. Okay. Okay, yeah, the problem P, yeah. Yeah. Problem P, right? He had the arrogance to put his name with top billing right by CW. And then and it worked so effectively that that Sparkland just immortalized it even further. But we won't go there. Oh god, don't lose my rings. Ooh, it's Tails. I love how it's just Tails because he's the only guy left. Why does he look like cross-eyed in that little image? Now Keo says, was it the canon that JJ is better than Alex at Puyo's? It may be. I don't remember a specific canon event that proved that, but it sounds very plausible. Because I've always traditionally stunk at the Puyos. JJ's throwing down, and I gotta do some more on-screen segments. JJ's throwing down the gauntlet that you could beat us, me, or anyone maybe, at Puyo Puyo Tetris on Switch, alright? If it's a free download, it's on. I'd be honored to get crushed. Alright, how about another segment, though? Doodle-day. I love that pause sound so much. And yeah, hi, M is real. Oh, I get it. L is real. Sorry I missed your chats until now. Now, M is real has a great question. Let me read that question first before I bring on the next segment. Do you think that Sega can return with the Boost 2D games like Sonic Rush or Colors DS? I would say yes, absolutely. There's nothing stopping them. That could work. JJ likes those games. As do many. There goes 2,000 points in my cool bonus. So, yes, I would say, since they're determined to just do bad with Sonic Superstars, you know, contributing bad to the universe. Alright, let me decompress with another on-screen segment. I lost all those hundreds of rings. Alright. So, put your eagle eyes on. This is also from the Sonic Triple Trouble manual. But put your Sonic... There's something here you gotta notice. There's something amiss. This is a quick blurb about the special stages in Sonic Triple Trouble on Game Gear, and I think it's really cool that a handheld game has two different types of special stages. That's pretty awesome. It's an ambitious, like, looking at... But anyway, look at this little blurb about the biplane 3D special stages. And see, if you're a Sonic fan, you should be able to figure out what's going on with it. Now, JJ says, where's Sonic? It's not that. I don't know if, Can you play as Tails in Triple Trouble? You can, right? That must be Tails in the plane. But that's not it. It's in the text. The thing to spot is in the text. I just don't want to give it away, but... If you're a Deep Dive Sonic fan, you should read this and go, hey, hold on. Hop aboard your biplane and catch rings, capital R, by flying into them. If you pick up the required number of rings, you proceed to the place where the Chaos Emerald is hidden. Defeat Knack the Weasel and the Emerald is yours. Beware the flying bombs, which steal your rings and slow you down for a short time. Alright, Kyo doesn't get it. No one is spotting the thing. Alright, so I'll give you... There's an error in here, and it's not a grammatical error or like a typo. There's an information error in this blurb. Gordon says Knack. What about Knack? And it is cool that he's called Knack the Weasel here. And then it goes back to Fang in, of course, everyone's favorite Sonic game, Sonic Superstars. Uh-oh, I just got... Imagine if I died here. Right? You never want to die, because that's going to take away your whole cool bonus, right? Alright, I better shape up with this Puyos. Oh, okay. Gordon was saying Knack is a typo. No, that is Knack. So, yeah, so Knack, and I always get confused about the origins, but Knack was called Fang depending on the territory. So, alright, I'll just tell you. So, at the end, I think there's two errors in here. One is that it says defeat Knack the Weasel and the Emerald, but I don't... What are these? Is this new to Encore mode, this area? What the hell is this? Right, when I won that little challenge the other day, I didn't go have to fight Knack. I was just flying in the plane, and then I just got the emerald. But that's not all. Also, at the end here, it says, beware the flying bombs, which steal your rings and slow you down for a short time. Here's the payoff, guys. You don't lose your rings. So that makes me think that there was cut content, maybe? Or that content is still in the Japanese version? Do you go fight Knack? There's at least... I don't think I've ever... Did I get all the emeralds on stream once in an emerald seminar? Look at this awesome color scheme in this upper area that... I don't know that I ever went to. Not as accessible in the vanilla version. Hey! How did that happen? Now, Miniero says, if Sega made a remake of Sonic 06, what would I want to see in the game? I would want it to control like Sonic Heroes, and if it did, I would, pre-order the Digital Deluxe as soon as it got announced. I would pre-order it twice. One for my niece, one for me. Vector says that you do fight Fang in Triple Trouble, but it's not in every special stage, right? Is it only the fifth and final one, which would be the last of the 2D ones? Gordon Freeman is dealing with some math operators, add, subtract, multiply. Yeah, Third Bruno wonders if that was nerf difficulty. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And I gotta say, like, just combing through the Triple Trouble instruction manual, there's a lot of depth to that game, in the sense that there's just mechanics, systems, different item power-ups, speed shoot, different kinds of... Yeah, it shouldn't be taken for granted. M is Real would be in the market to see a remake of the Solaris boss fight in Sonic 06. I wonder if JJ's gotten that far. Alright, so continuing the trivia game, now you have to find the error in the 2D stage's little blurb. And this is real, I didn't make this or anything. Alright, I have a shield, but I'll tell you what. If I take a hit, then I will intentionally take a second hit to lose the ring. I don't know, I know it's a gray area, maybe that's controversial for me to do that. I guess I should just lose. It's so annoying, that's the one flaw of this game. Uh-oh. It is imperative that I don't take a hit. It took forever to make contact. Miniero would also be in the market for a Mario and Sonic crossover without being the Olympics. Yeah, dude. Make a Sonic and Mario especially now that they're not making those Olympics games anymore. Make a Sonic and Mario crossover for, like, baseball or soccer, right? Mario Strikers. Reinvent the wheel by adding Sonic into it. Well, JJ's at 137, and I'm at 104. So I need to shape up. There's no water in this level, right? I'm gonna have to now lose these. I'll just get rid of the shield. It would be cheating to have the magnetized ring for the whole level. But I don't see any hazards yet. Now, Kyo says... No, Alex, it's not a large ocean. What, you mean the koi pond in the back? That's the koi pond, isn't it? Like, this is such a rich, fancy studio that, you know, the waiting room outside the airlock studio is a nice, glimmering, glistening koi pond. This color scheme is so excellent. I love it. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know at what point did I lose Ray. He got swapped out. I didn't lose him, but... Just gonna... Did you hear that Chaotix sound? I don't know if I ever noticed it. Was that... Did-it? Was that the sound it makes when you pick a level? But alright. To let the cat out of the bag... The error in this 2D stage description is that it says, grab 120 rings. You only have to grab 80, which you would know if you were there for the Hyper Challenge. So again, going back to what Third Bruno said, it does seem that, you know, the trend in these inaccuracies in the manual seem to be, you know, nerfing the game at the last second. Out of a concern that it's a bit too hard, you know? Gordon lets me know that I'm green on Discord. It ain't easy being green. Yeah, I could close Discord if I think of it, but... Alright, so this is gonna give me... Oh no, I could just... Course Out. Another great game with Course Out mechanics. Is that gonna give me any points? Ring bonus? What? Huh? Oh, because rings are time. Alright, so if it's a photo finish, I'll have to take off 2,600. Okay, JJ did that too. Did we both just gun it for the edge? And so we both had it exactly, must be 26 rings maybe? It's funny. We both followed the logical laws of entropy and physics to just run off the side and elapse 4 seconds. Yeah, JJ, that's true what JJ says. We basically cancel out each other. But alright, since that manual thing was black and white and not super groundbreaking, how about this? A new segment that we like to call Gordon Freeman 64 Pickups. Now, I hope we're talking to the real Gordon Freeman. I know there was talk that maybe your Discord account got hacked, so assuming you are the real Hat Kid Gordon 64, yeah, any good pickups lately? And I got to quickly put together the mock-up of Half-Life 64, which would have been a groundbreaker. But yeah, any gaming pickups lately, Gordon Freeman 64? Anything pop up on your radar that you've bought in lately or tried out? Uh-oh, JJ's at Flying Battery with many points. But I'm feeling good about this boss battle. Wow, Gordon, you can't think of any? It's not like you bought them in the last 48 hours since the last stream, but like, I don't know, the past few weeks, any good deals you picked up on Steam, or... I'm doomed if I lose these rings, so I'm playing it like a little baby. I'm not even trying to get the hit during the win segment. Oh, you are so dead, Eggy. King Moly really likes the idea of Studiopolis Act 2's boss. And I do too. I guess it's intentional that you're able to hit Eggman while he's moving back and forth. JJ has 176, so I certainly have my work cut out for me, but that was a great Studiopolis. Yeah, 144, that's... If JJ has at least one critical error, and I bet you that I could beat Flying Battery Act 2 boss. I bet you, I know that I can do it. If I just believe in myself. But yes, Gordon Freeman 64. Any good games you picked up on Steam? Am I even supposed to be going up here? This is a whole new world of Encore content. I assume this is a Encore mode edition. Do 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 do. Okay. That's what this is for. Da da da. That was close. Don't need the fire shield. Don't need those mice. Mace. Gordon picked up Kakarot. Is that the game where you play as a carrot? Or am I misremembering? What are you doing, Mighty? Nice little badminton combo there. Dude, I'm coming back. Watch how good I will do. I'm telling you, Act 2 boss, which JJ is going to mess up on, but it's going to be my smash hit performance. And then It's all gonna come down to Stardust Speedway, which I feel like, do I struggle with that boss, maybe? How do you... I don't remember. Oh, how do I get up there? What? Can I make this jump? I gotta grab this. What the... How? There's fans down there? What? How was I supposed to... JJ says, oh my, OMG, what happened? Super Saiyan Carrot Cake, Demon Turf. I guess I gotta spend more time on knowyourmeme.com because I am lost. I am lost like Polly and Chrissy in the woods. JJ said what I said about Kakarot. Oh, the carrot gameplay? Dude, there's not enough carrot. You play as a carrot. Content slices. Uh-oh, danger? Nice. I kept my cool and landed on the button perfectly without getting burned. It was not burnt. Can you get through this part happily without the shield? Because I don't want the shield, dude. And so far, I'm happy. Oh, God. That's not gonna... This is permanently on. Alright, let's get the next on-screen bit. Okay, so just saw this going on Twitter about, you know, people are having the realization like, oh, you could put just about any music in the Eggman dance scene, which I don't think we talked... Oh, we didn't talk about that with Kyo, but it was one of my favorite parts of the movie, and it was so much better than the movie 2 dance scene. But yeah, people on Twitter are saying, oh my god, when you think about it, you can have the Eggman dance scene go with just about any song with that general tempo and vibe. And it's like, what's it called? My point with it on Twitter was like, well, guys, you didn't realize that about Moby 2? That Bruno Mars falafel that is seconded only by the awful Take On Me in the Mario movie. You could insert just about any top 40 smash hit into the Sonic Movie 2 alcohol bar dance scene, as I will accurately call it henceforth. Oh god. That was a good combo. Hey, how's it going, Wonder Woman? So yeah, someone, connected it to, Supersonic Racing, and I guess that works. But also, hey, EB. EB says that name does mean carrot in Japanese, so I'm not off base or anything. Alright, but I do take the credit for JJ's laughing enjoyment. Wonder Woman is dying and wonders how I'm doing. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I feel like I could have a great comeback with the Act 2 boss. Is this now the trash boss? The Star Wars garbage boss has come... Oh, I'm so scared about these things. I'm just gonna let them do their thing. Time bonus be damned. And then Gordon says, oh no. Falling enemy. I gotta beat JJ, so give me a sec. Nope. Oh my god. Phantom drop dash, very dangerous. Is it time for the boss? Yeah, Kyo says that Kyo didn't comment on it because it was a Jim Carrey moment. What do you mean? Wonder Woman might be sleeping very soon. And then EB says that they did that with movie 1's dance. So... Wait. Listen, if this was Jeopardy and... Oh god, what? Am I in danger? Are these perma on? I don't want to step on this and then get crushed. Is there some kind of gimmick here? When was the dance scene? Who danced in the first movie? If you're talking about flossing, I know about flossing. Oh, I love this retro hallway. Is this where I'm supposed to go? I don't know, I'm creeped out by all this trash. No! I have 200 rings. Fate's in the balance. And I don't even... Oh! Oh, it's... Oh my god, I'm so on edge. Because I also don't know how JJ's flying battery is going. Alright, boss. Dun dun dun. Foreshadowing blueprints. $215 rings. Possibly a full cool bonus. 100,000 points on the line for someone, anyway. This boss music's so good, man. Slow and steady wins the Star War. Remember that scene? Kyo encourages Wonder Woman to hang in there. So Kyo had said of Jim Carrey's Eggman dance, it was Jim being Jim. Kyo was entertained, but not impressed. I can't tell you you're wrong, but I was personally just... it hit me in all the right spots. Oh, that's right. Now I'm remembering. Yeah, EB says, Eggman has an entire weirdo dance scene in his lab before Stone walks in with a coffee. Which is making me think, should I, buy Sonic Movie 3 on digital? Because I've only seen it the once on the big Christopher Nolan silver screen. Oh, I'm not going to let Tenet come out on streaming. But it makes sense. I can't even really give him that hard of a time for that. Except that Tenet, bad. Wow, EB says... Kyo is happy that I loved it. However, EB's saying it was about as movie... Right. Really? You got Eggmen, plural. It's like Clement J calls them free men. Oh, I'm going to have to do a Clement J cultural document at some point. But anyway... Yeah, EB says it was about as movies, right? So, Bruno Mars and a non sequitur dance scene that has nothing to do with everything. Whereas in movie 3, you have a person dancing, not a CGI animal. And I don't even remember what song it was. No! I don't remember what song Eggman dances to. It's probably not super important. But that's just in time for our next on-screen segment. And by the way, Gordon, sorry, you had asked, how did I know you get Steam games? Well, we talk about acquiring games all the time. And I admit, Gordon, that part of the reason for doing that bit was because I thought there was... Oh, God. I thought there was maybe one other game that you snagged on a good deal on Steam for, like, $2.49, like a real... Am I misremembering, or did you pick up an epic sale of a game that has a lot of replay value for just $2.49? Yeah, EB says Sonic movie dance debate every other stream. It's a staple at this point. Oh, God. Gordon Freeman says, Lethal Company. That is Serious Sam the Hedgehog spinoff? I'm just kidding. Always be proactive with the chickens. And you guys get it, right? The chickens? Battery? Get it? You put chickens in a battery? In those inhumane processing mills? Get it? Good night, everybody. Oh. Is this death? Okay, so I wonder if a death like that kills my cool bonus or not. Dude, it's just a cool bonus, but I don't know. I don't remember. This must be an encore area, or like maybe this area is always here, but they just make it so that you're more prone to go to it in the encore mode routing. Who am I right now? Mighty? Yeah, Kyo says, it's hard to convey neutrality over the internet. But you really mean it. The laser dancing was entertaining, but not impressive. I agree. Oh, it wasn't impressive. I think what put it over the top was having zillions of lasers on them, and everywhere on their suit that was receiving the lasers did those lost hex, pentagon, hexagon shapes. Yeah, I am really struggling with these coils in a way heretofore unexperienced. JJ says those lasers all miss their heads somehow. Oh, Gordon picked up Undertale too. Good. I made a music theory video about that. That has plenty of replay value. Because there's different routes you can take. In fact, I didn't really understand the true depth and value of the game until I made the music theory video, at which time I played through on Pacifist, where you try to settle your differences with words instead of just combat murder. So yeah, Undertale on sale for $2.49. Evie says it's kind of funny since 2's is the only one with any plot significance, but you don't care for it because of the song selection. Now, in movie 2, they were dancing to win the approval of the hostile gangsters at the bar, right? But in movie 3, I don't remember why they dance. Is it totally pointless to dance, plot-wise? Hey, what's up, Axel? Axel wonders, why am I playing Peak? This is a Peak game, Axel. Ooh, I have Mighty's perk, and then I lose my rings instantly. Yeah, Kyo says, you disliked how Tails has auto-translator trouble? That sort of joke only worked in the 90s. I feel exactly the same. I really hate how this an auto-translate gibberish bit. I mean, or you must have had a really tight deadline with the draft of the script. Yeah, Kyo is poking holes in the plausibility of it all, saying, this kid Tails can spy cam feed on Sonic from another planet, and yet he can't even set up Google Translate? Oh, man, how? Did I just lose 2 dogs? How flippin' far back am I? Dude, now I have to play on survival mode. I'm really disheartened to have to do this crap over again. Jeez. Yeah, Kyo says that was an unfair death. I don't know exactly what happened, but I feel like... Is it that... I don't know how it works. I won't even try to speculate about what should have happened. I'm gonna die again. Okay, so Tails did... Alright, so this is my last. I'm now fighting for my very survival. 250 points. JJ hates movie 2's justification. It's made up Hollywood trash. There's no such thing as Plavanka or whatever in Siberia. What's Plavanka? Now Kyo says, Alex, timer. Does this game kill you at 10 minutes? Alright, I'm gonna be so judicious and boring for these stupid coils. I don't know if these coils are differently arranged or not. But I somehow keep getting got. This is awful. You're supposed to just... Tails kind of looks cross-eyed in the life counter. Oh no, there was my ticket, maybe. I really need to get another pal on running along with me because it's only Tails right now. And here's the boss. I really messed up with this. Oh my god. So with this, the key to success is babysitting him. And maybe I've said this a million times. So that he can't shoot his electric. Boogie woogie woogie. Oh, hitting him with the tails doesn't... I don't know if my cool bonus was toast anyway, but... I'm collapsing in plain sight. You see that? Bounce off the thing. Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. Damn it, dude. I'm getting so worked up. And I'm gonna run out of time. Knees weak, tails spaghetti. Yeah, this boss took Kyo a great deal of time to try to play blind. So you have to swing off of the pole at the right time. You know, I always knew that for normal gameplay. I don't know why I thought it didn't apply. Like, I thought these poles worked like the Penny's Big Breakaway poles, where they're gonna go exactly where you want regardless of the timing of when you let go. Yeah, so King Moly saw the timer go past 10, and yeah, they don't thankfully kick you out. I don't know if it kicks you out in normal mode. Evie wonders if those are MJ samples you're hearing. That I don't know. I wonder which part of it. Welcome to Press Garden. There go the papers. I apologize. I have to take a quick emergency break, so vibe with JJ's gameplay. Yeah, EB heard the mini boss woo. Now, that begs the question, is the mini boss in Sonic 3, is that Michael's voice? Whether it's actually Michael, I guess the point is just that that's maybe a sample that was kind of used by the Brad Buxer squad. Dude, I love this color. It's a subtle color change, but whoever did these alternate color schemes, I don't know if it was just CW himself. Ooh, Third Bruno's got the heads up that Spontman is looking to post a Sonic Colors video. Colors or Colors Ultimate coming this Friday. Alright, well, I'll tear it apart on the Monday after. I'm just kidding, but maybe we could look at it. And I would tear into it if it deserves a tear. Which it might, because he's had terrible videos at times. Love you, Spontman. We haven't done a segment in a while. Reggie, his body is ready. I've never liked the "my body is ready" meme. It's supposed to be quirky, funny language. My body, get over you. I think of "my body is ready" in the same bin that I think of as Kiro Talks. My body is ready. You should be so fortunate that I've given my consent for my body. Yeah, shout out to Reggie. The revolving door of cutthroat business. You know, he says he's, America's sweetheart, and he's all about community and games and good vibes, but no. You look at the conditions for employees and especially contractors under Reggie's watch, and is this is a different layout. This is cool. You're off the hook for a moment here, Reggie. I'm gonna have to do a Reggie Discuss segment in time. And when you see today's Silksong Earthblade falafel, you'll get a taste of what you're in for with the Reggie Symposium. And then EB says, which videos? What was I talking about with videos? Oh, which Spontman videos are worth a critique? Was it Sonic Advance? I think it was the Sonic Advance one that, me and JJ are just watching it dumbfounded. And it's like, we have questions. I think he had a bogus-ish take on Advance 1, possibly? But I would have to check the archive. Now, Keo wonders if I have a self-imposed rule to never fly. So I think that the reason I don't flies, is that I'm concerned that just flying ahead through the air will leave me vulnerable. I'm going to crash into a badnik. I guess I only tend to fly on a need-to-do basis. So I don't get caught unawares. Yeah, and Keo also adds that it does take away your momentum. But yeah, so Reggie the Hedgehog, I think we had talked about how he said that Astrobot nearly beat Nintendo at its own game. Some loyalty, huh? I'm saying that mostly as a joke, but Bamkuzam is in the house and is looking to play that there Astrobot. Well, I hope you've got 15 hours to spare, because that's the max playtime a homie can get. Look, I like to poke fun at Astrobot, only because it's too little too late to justify the PlayStation 5. But I guess Astrobot is now going to set, presumably, a very high bar. Companies seem reluctant to make 3D platformers to begin with, and I imagine that most of them will only get further reluctant because Astrobot is a very high bar in terms of technical achievement and fun quirk factor. Keo is upset by the fact that both Cream and Ray have fast flight. Hey, what's up, Shadow Ops? I'm gonna see what EB said in a moment. Is he... and can I even reach? JJ has 270. That's so much more than I have. I'll save the combi for the next level, I guess. Yeah, Fast Flight, Cream and Ray. What does that mean, Fast Flight? EB hasn't played Astrobot, but feels like the sentiment is that Nintendo is the sole monopoly on 3D platformers. It is one that you don't agree with. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of great PlayStation platformers in previous generations, right? I mean, if we're counting, you know, like Ratchet and Clank, or Sly Cooper the Hedgehog, or Little Big Planet. Dude, I almost never find extra character. Is that one? That's maybe just a combi. I have gotten so few flippin' character editions. I did it. Bam Kazam wonders what that there blue ring does. So yes, as you point out, it is also, it's from Knuckles Chaotix originally. But what it does is makes it so that... Well, first let me explain how it works in Knuckles Chaotix. In Knuckles Chaotix, because it's a little bit different in this game, but the way it began in Knuckles Chaotix is that once you get the combi ring, well now, if you lose your rings, literally all the rings you had are like compressed into one big ring. So if you collect that one ring, then you get all of your rings back at once, which is pretty sick. Okay? Now Sonic Mania is kind of like that, but instead of one giant ring coming out, it does a similar thing, but it's like maybe 7 or 8 rings. So, like if you have 150 rings, and then you get hit, now it's going to break into like, let's say 6 rings, and each of those rings is 25 each. So it's pretty fascinating that, you know, the amount that an individual big ring is just like taking all your rings and then dividing it. Like, did you ever think there would be something you'd collect in a Sonic game that's worth something as specific as, like, I don't know, 34 rings? Oh, is there any character monitors? Damn it, no character monitor? And this exchange character probably does nothing, right? Watch, I'm gonna hit this, and I'm gonna die, and I'll get a game over this way. Ready? Well, wow, okay, it at least has a sound effect to communicate, like, this is a bus, you get nothing, you lose, good day, Prower. We're killing badniks like no one's biz. How do you get in there? Do I need the melt ability? Yeah, JJ says that he's, as I explaining it, demonstrating those very combi ring mechanics in action. Keo had said in Sonic Advance, Cream sustains horizontal momentum better than Tails and can cancel her flight. And flight canceling is super powerful and useful. It's sort of a shame you don't see it more often, and furthermore, is there flight cancel in Sonic Superstars? Because that would make that game moderately a little bit better. Now, can I safely... Combi... Oh. I agree with Lorestream. This game has so much soul. Yes, the good kind of soul. And then, okay, yeah, so EB had said there's perhaps a lot of recency bias in these takes. Yeah, if you look at Nintendo's output versus Sony's in platformers in the last 10-15 years, then sure, maybe. But it is interesting that Sony was such a notable player in the platformer wars, in terms of business wars. Remember before I knew how these stupid dart things work? The darts come out of the platform. How many Sonic games have? It took me so long to figure that out. So many botched wagers because of that. Even got a taunt out of it. Vector wonders what's the bad kind of soul. Well, to talk about that, we would have to have a... And I would totally do it, but I can't go into that. It would have to be a semi-serious discussion, which I would absolutely do, but it would have to be a dedicated segment where we step into something more resembling real-world discussions. Keep your calm, Tails. Oh god. Damn it. Oh, combi. No rings. Look at me now. Has the combi ring. Gets 0 rings back. Wow, I could hit him with my propeller tails. Ooh, that was badass. Got the double hit, second hit, bounce off of him, segue into a flight. Hit the item monitor with these gorgeous apple blossom leaves fallen. Kyo is impressed that I managed to lose all of my rings. And what's funny about that is that if I didn't have the combi ring, I probably would have ended up with more rings because they would have bounced all over the place. Shadow Ops is working through tools at work. Shadow Ops says it's too bad the taxman couldn't strike a deal with Sega again to release another high-quality game. Origins was shameful. Origins was shameful, but I don't think I fault Stealth, the other guy, the headcanon guy. I blame Sega for, just not giving them enough time to polish it. Yeah, Kyo says, I've been going all zone with only Tails. Yeah, I'm holding on by a thread. Me and Tails are the micro engine that could. Does Spain or the UK have a high occurrence rate of telling the story to kids about the little engine that could? Okay, and then Shadow Ops had said, oh, this is a good thing to point out. But first, look at this incredible background. Maybe this Encore mode background is what I should have used for the Mania Remembers bit at the end of the Stardust hard drive video. But what Shadow Ops says is that you're surprised that the combi ring did not explode when time was up. Yeah, so that's actually another difference. Is that what's cool about Knuckles Chaotix's combi ring is when you lose it, it's just one big ring, and furthermore, if you don't collect it in time after like 3 or 4 seconds, that one ring, which contains all your rings, then actually explodes into a bunch of normal rings. So it's funny the way it happens sometimes during a boss battle. How do you get out of here? There. You're in a boss battle, you lose that one combi ring, it goes off screen, now you can't collect it, but then a few seconds later you hear it explode, and it just makes the sound of losing rings. This arrangement's peak. I admit it. I wouldn't be dishonest about that. It's sublime. How about another on-screen falafel? Nice. JJ's got the final score solidified, climbing up nearly to 300,000. Well done. All right, this is an unconfirmed rumor, but there's talk around town that. Well, actually, don't look at that. I guess we should talk about. Don't read it. Quick, don't read the thing on screen. But if you. So it's a rumor, but I don't know. I'm sorry if you consider it a spoiler. I guess we should talk about after all the having to dance around Sonic Movie 3, and now it's like we're back to having to eggshell around things. So what do you think? Without me talking about what's on screen yet, do you think it's a spoiler to talk about rumors of what could be in movie 4? And yeah, JJ wonders, is it a rumor or is it official? JJ has heard conflicting reports. All I know is that it's a rumor. The guy who said it has a pretty big following, so he's not just some Zippo knucklehead. And I know Zippo has a following, but it's not the best example. Alright, EB would consider it one. Alright, I'm sorry. I didn't really think it through. Sorry. JJ says, you have a following, me. But who is Daniel RPK? I have this Daniel RPK, you go to his Twitter account, it's got more than 200,000 followers. Again, I don't know much about him. I'm not saying it definitely means it's legit, but he's not just some mid-tuber. And I'm not saying I'm a mid-tuber, but because the word mid has been co-opted by instant gratification post-millennials. Look, we're having fun. Keo says it's like saying snow is white. And EB says that's also true, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, so I don't know. So maybe subconsciously, I won't even say the rumor out loud, I guess. And by the way, I'll dance around the topic by saying, anyone who looked at what I put, the hashtag bit, that was just my bit. I added that. But, I in my micro defense, look, I won't do it again, but in my micro defense, I think I kind of thought quickly about it, and I'm like, well, it's just a rumor, and it probably won't be true. So maybe on stream, we can discuss, would you want to see that or not? Would you want to see that plot point in a movie? And I guess I shouldn't talk about it. But if EB and Keo looked at it and it's too late, then maybe we could talk about it. I'm sorry. Jay-Z, I'm sorry. More Stream says, it's been over a month. Who hasn't seen it? Well, the thing with that is... damn, I had so many rings. And this is the last level, right? So I wasn't going to win anyway. Well... could I have? Because there's only one more, right? No, I probably would have lost anyway, so I'm not too good. And yes, EB, I'm totally on board with that. Giving a heads up if we say anything about Sonic Movie 4. And then, what don't you get, Keo? And then Lorestream says, it's been over a month, who hasn't seen it? Well, the thing is, it applies to... what I had put on screen had to do with Sonic Movie 4. Which is confirmed and in development. They announced it. Alright, I can take down JJ's feed now. Alright, now Lorestream says, will I do discussion streams again like when I talked about IDW's Sonic characterization? The answer is yes, today. But it's not a Sonic topic. Yeah, we do have a discussion today about... So let me say, Laura Stream, that I really appreciate you asking. I'm glad, you enjoyed those. And I do want to do more, and more on Sonic topics. But today is not a Sonic topic because I have a perspective, I have a set of observations that I just want to... I have no agenda other than putting them out into making sense of the Earthblade and Silksong situations. Yeah, EB says, when was that IDW thing? Yeah, that was a good while ago. Before Bravia exited stage right. And look, I say that, I don't mean to cause drama, but Bravia chose Pariah. And in this life, you get to a point where you can't go back, you gotta go forward. And he chose his path. But, yeah, we talked about... the characterization of Sonic in the comics, and whether that, which bit was it that was especially controversial? It was Sonic grandstanding, giving a big speech about his whole MO, where he just flat out said, like, yeah, I like to be free, and, like, I don't know, and yeah, The intent was always to make that into edit down the stream discussion into an edited video to post on the second channel, Alex Yard Adventure. And that is what I'm going to be doing with today's Silksong Earthblade soiree. Now, JJ unsubscribed from Mr. Hockey Mask 6932 once he announced that he wasn't doing any more Sonic videos. JJ wonders if he's broken that promise already. That I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would think that he'll put out plenty of Sonic stuff. Not that long from now. That's what anyway, I try not to give him any unnecessary attention. Lorestream remembers issue 50, the Sonic Verse Surge bit. EB says that the IDW fans have become super disillusioned since that from that point on. Yeah, maybe I could salvage that. The main reason I didn't post, so we did at least 2 of those discuss segments. The other was also a really interesting Bravia thesis that Sonic CD takes place before all the other Sonic games. And the reason why I posted neither... Whoa, look at this alternate color scheme. I didn't post either of them because they were too scatterbrained. They were too all over the place, which works fine for a stream hangout, but it was going to be too much to edit and try to make it work. But today's thing, we'll see how it goes, but I honestly believe I can say what I want to say, read some of your comments and respond, and edit together in a pretty streamlined way that I can get it out into the world soon. Hio's vibing with the Silver Sonic, so cute. Now hold the phone. Right above Tails, there's that tube with the metal Sonics. I don't think I ever noticed that. It's gotta always have been there, right? But it's just more noticeable with the cool pink color scheme. That's cool. So now... that provolone. Give me that basmati rice. Give me that provolone. Yeah, cheese your way out of there. Everybody join together, try and love one another, fly away. Dude. Oh, this is some deep hardcore cheddar right here. Dude. JJ may have crushed me in the wager, but I'm proud that I survived with only tails, but also ashamed that I was not able to find any additional character monitors whatsoever. JJ only got mild entertainment listening to Hockey Man's unscripted ramblings about the blue hedgehog. JJ doesn't like his content enough to stick around, and it's the way he announced it. So I did listen to a little bit out of morbid curiosity. Pariah 695's "I'm Done with Sonic" video. I have to say, it especially, not just Hockey Man, but when any YouTuber does that thing where they go, "I'm done." Like, they make it this big dramatic thing. They say, "Bye, guys. I'm out of here," right? With this kind of, "Screw this. I'm so glad to be done with this. What a relief." Like, "Screw you. I'm done." Right? I hate that. It's not just Pariah 695. It's also, I've seen other channels do that. "I'm done." Lorestream maybe hasn't seen those bouncing bombs anymore. Alright, well, some people are about to get richer. And yeah, EB says, "Did I find out what happened with Bravia?" Look, I'm totally fine talking about it, while also not wanting to single out Bravia. There wasn't really anything specific that happened, other than he stopped attending streams and continued promoting and celebrating Wayne Gretzky over there. Sorry to sully Wayne Gretzky's name, but you get the bit, right, hockey? Yeah. I can think of any number of things that I said that might have been, you know, the straw that broke the camel's vacation home, you know what I mean? Shadow Ops is waiting for the pre-Genesis and pre-Super Genesis timeline to happen for Sonic the Hedgehog and restore the Freedom Fighters. Can I interest you in Sonic Spinball coming to the Alex Yard CU? Now, Lorestream says it's nothing personal. He just prioritized other hobbies over watching streams. I mean, have you been in contact with him? Because if you have, that's one thing, but no. For someone that was debatably my, you know, biggest, most frequent, and just a great guy, and okay, Lorestream asked him personally. All right, so you asked him that. That's fair, but I don't buy. I hate to like say anything that kind of has the days of. I think that's a dishonest response. I can't just buy that at face value, because if that was the case, I know, in Lorestream, yeah, I totally get it. I certainly don't want to feed into any drama, but I also don't want it to be where, you know, a cherished, celebrated viewer just, you know, which cherished, beloved viewers have every right to up and disappear and even ghost, even if that's not I don't prefer that they ghost, but it is within their rights to do so. But I can't just then pretend like it all never happened. And yeah, the last time that EB asked me, I said I didn't know, which I still kind of don't have any specific explanation, but I have my theories. Yeah, but the reason that I doubt the veracity of what Lorestream was told is because I think that if it was that simple, he would have told me. But he just stopped coming with no explanation. Which he is within his rights to do 100%, but it doesn't mean that that's how I think people should be treated. Keo says the Brav Bucks are gone. What's Brav Bucks? Was that a bit? Yeah, dude, as JJ says, the fact of the matter is, Bravia was indeed a pillar of our community. Right? Bravia is the source of Tip of the Tea Kettle. That was his bit. Watch the Metroid shout out. Yeah, and he would talk about his fan game. Dude, yeah, look, I gotta process it, move past it without, pretending like it didn't exist. And then Keo says the Flame certification is gone. Although the Flame certification was Sparky, right? Yeah, so the only reason why I'm comfortable talking about it is because I don't want someone's identity, their to just be erased as if it never happened. Lore Stream asked him again. Dude, don't bother the guy. I don't want him to feel any unease or discomfort over. The last thing I would ever want is someone becoming a viewer of my streams and that leading just to unease or displeasure, right? EB also thinks it's okay if online people don't frequent a space anymore. Well, frequent, right? But we're talking about just abrupt, unexplained cold turkey. I guess my only point is that abrupt, unexplained cold turkey seems to be sending a message. A specific message that I heard. Lorestream, much like me, misses his presence here too. And look, I have more theories, but you'd have to be in the inner circle for those. Just, someone that got so much out of the streams and enjoyed them. I doubt the veracity, right? Getting busy with other stuff, right? If that's genuine, it could result in a drastic dip in attendance, but not just a categorical never show up to another stream. It's one thing if you realize you can't be sinking time into watching streams, but that's different from, just going radio silent. Yeah, now EB hasn't seen Sparky in forever either. So that, right, it's... and of course, I'm not going to revisit what happened this past fall, but... yes, as JJ says, first of all, you can find other ex-owners like Sparky safe in... Yeah, so many of the... Right, the classic cast of people who were regulars here and then weren't, well, some of them now hang out at JJ's. And I'm so happy about that. Without overanalyzing that, I just think that's way better than just them disappearing. When I think about the fact that people who watch my streams may just be not cut out for watching my streams, but it takes a long time for that to unearth itself. Right? And when I think about people that have left, Bravia was surprising, but all those others were not, right? I could see it coming from, right? At a certain point, I'm like, wow, Delay, you're still watching my streams? Because you take shots at me at every opportunity, and I'm down for it. I love someone who's going to give me crap because it's fun to kind of verbally spar. But you clearly have some aggression that you're seizing on every opportunity to express. So I didn't say this out loud, but I'm like, do you want to be here? Are you feeling conflicted? So when he stopped coming, it was like, and at least Delay would pop in once in a blue moon. Like, it's not like he went totally radio silent. So yeah, Sparky, that's a whole different thing. But Sparky is alive and well at JJ's server. So let's talk. What a perfect segue to Silk Song and Earthblade the Hedgehog. So let me just hop over to the zone, guys. We're just gonna bang this out. Right? It's almost kind of fitting that we just talked, because what I'm about to talk about is not drama, nor do I think that what we just talked about Braz is drama. I'm always, I tend to push back when people are overzealously using the word drama, because some people, right? Some people will invoke the word drama to try and shame you and say, don't talk about this, leave this be, right? And where I would, in some places, disagree with that and reject it is to say, like, no, this discussion is worthwhile, even if it's not in service of Sir John Feelgood. It's worth to have a semi-uncomfortable discussion, knowing that it is based in, concrete, well-meaning advice. Now, Shadow Ops just spotted Palm Tree Panic was in Sonic Heroes' menu. Really? I'll have to look into that. AB misses the guys, and I do too, but right, as a streamer, I value my viewers so much, but I also never, looked at someone like Bravia and be like, wow, he's such an anchor of the zone. I would be devastated, right? I have to be prepared that Bravia could up and leave at any time. And he did. And I don't want to say, right, I don't want to say that any of my regular viewers here that I so appreciate and cherish, I don't want to say that I would just brush it off if you left in a hypothetical. It's not that I would just brush it off, but I would not, abruptly regard it as the end of the world, and I wouldn't be too devastated. EB agrees, it's a good mindset. So yeah. And then Shadow Ops said, just like my defense video. Which one was that, I wonder? Alright. So we're gonna have the discussion now. I just need to get a water refill and because, look, I'll tell you, I've never done something quite like this. No, I'll justify what we're gonna do. Now, once we start. Yeah, JJ says that, yes, Delay, Umabruj, and Sparky are all regulars at JJ's streams. So if you miss them, you know where to find them. And JJ says, me being this tight with Alex isn't an issue to them, which gave you anxiety. So you were worried that they would be upset that you would associate with me, even though I am the one solely responsible for connecting the group. I guess I would say I'm glad they don't have an issue with it, but I think if they did have an issue, that would be a problem. Like I don't give them any credit for being cool with that. That's not up to them. And it's not only because I was the common glue that started this, sub-community, but it is part of it. Keo prefers knowing you're expendable in the sense that you guys will keep having fun the day. Now, Keo, no need to get dramatic. We would miss you, or any of you, if you abruptly up and left. But yeah, when I think about the things that I've said on Twitter, or even YouTube and the more serious things, and if those have technically, if those statements have, right, technically, if they've lost me viewers, I take it seriously, but I see it as a natural course of events. It was completely natural for Sparky to jump ship from the Alex Yard Zone because we are planets apart, right? I mean planets apart about basic expectations of how to treat each other. So Sparky, that was a ticking time bomb. And what broke the camel's back was a massively emblematic event that I won't go into now, but right, I look at each person who's left, and it's like you could see it in my right. So what I was saying is that if I say things on Twitter that lose me followers, I don't like that, but I accept the reality of it. And as you're going to see in today's Silksong discussion, Earthblade focus mainly, it's like, okay, right? Most YouTubers would go out of their way to cater to every, right? And I'm not even saying these YouTubers are bad or fake for doing this, right? But you look at someone like Spawnwave Media's John, the guy who hosts, and he's great. I think his content is great. But you watch his streams and live streams and discussion, right? You can quickly tell that he is making a deliberate presentation choice to not say anything polarizing. And I totally get that. Dude has upwards of 1 million subscribers. I totally I'm not saying I disagree, but what I am saying is that I'm different from that. And because I'm willing to say some of these things that are deal breakers for some, well, the bad side to that is losing viewers, but the upside is, right, honest commentary that you're not going to get in a lot of other places. JJ says JJ's autistic brain doesn't like change. We'd still have fun when you're gone, but we'll never forget the engagement you provided. Yeah, and look, I don't want to... We got to get started with Earthblade. I don't want to make this... Right? So, when I think about... Right? Only because Keo brought up the example of a hypothetical in which Keo left. Well, if Keo left, I think I would be more sad or just noticing it right? This is all just hypotheticals. I would notice and just feel the sadness certainly more because Keo's great to have around. It doesn't mean that Keo agrees with me on everything, but Keo and I, much like EB and JJ and plenty of other people, I honestly think that we have at least somewhat of a common ground with our frequencies match. And when I say that, I mean my frequency with Subsonic did not match. Massive ideological differences, and so when I think of Sparky being gone, I don't think of that as tragic. I don't think of that, oh, it's a tragedy, he should still be here having great time. Because we were so incredibly planets apart on stuff, there's nothing I can lament that should be happening because the ingredients weren't there. And yeah, no worries about choosing your words carefully, Keo. I totally get it. And it's good to know Keo doesn't intend. So, let's pay out this ridiculously large wager. Yeah, JJ, as if on cue. Alright, so the JJs won it. Keo had thrown down 100 rocks on JJ. Eblo threw down 18 rocks on old Alex. I'm so very sorry about that, Eblo. In a way. I'm not supposed to apologize for losing, but sometimes I do. Third Bruno bet 10K. Gordon Freeman bet 8. Hot diggity. Oh, I shouldn't apologize, but I kind of do. So, Keo is taking quite the victory today. Dude, this is how it should be. It should be, right? The idea that someone would proactively place a massive bet, well, that's going to entice people into risking a lot of points, but it's worth the risk because it's that much of a payout. But if it goes Keo's way, now Keo has use the magnetized power of that wealth to build more wealth, like when you're playing poker. All right, so let me make sure I click the correct button. Because remember that time I clicked the wrong button and Vector Satyr got ripped off for 4 rocks? Oh, I always feel so bad about that. All right, I'm going to click JJ, complete prediction, total accuracy. There it is. Vector Satyr says, LOL, no big. JJ's got the Dave Chappelle, make me rich, biatch. Nice. Keo certifies the victory with a VGM request. That's awesome. So we are going to do the discussion first, and then the song request, and then Goodnight Shinobi. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to hop over to the zone. There's not going to be any background music for this discussion segment, but I will put on a Hollow Knight gameplay. Or actually, no. So I should actually put Celeste game, because so we are going to talk about Silksong a little, but it's actually just at the beginning and end. Most of what we're talking about is about the Celeste kerfuffle. Third Bruno is not too after the points, but you will gladly pick a side nobody has, so that the bet is real. Hell yeah. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hop off camera technically while you guys can take a minute. I think I just need a minute because we're going to talk about some real stuff. And so I think I just need to take a sip of water and psych myself up because I firmly believe in everything that I'm going to say, but I know it's just not Sir John feel-good content. Everybody join hands, I'll tell you right now, it's not that. But it's going to be real. It's the kind of insights that you're going to have a hard time to find elsewhere. And I hope to justify the reason for all of my comments at the top. So, yeah, Shadow Ops was saying about the defensive video. Yeah, people were trying to say that I created drama. Yeah, and that's, Yeah, people try to shy you away from a topic by making it seem like, oh, you're just being negative to get views and stop stirring up drama unnecessarily for click. It's not unnecessary kerfuffle. JJ says, it looks like the Nintendo Switch is the one addressing us. My Nintendo Switch has achieved sentience, and it has the same voice as me. Hollow Knight long play the Hedgehog. Alright, so today's gameplay is courtesy of White Hawk. And the thing about that is, so I'm actually going to, I think, do I have the water? Yeah, I'm going to take off the watermark. And the reason is because I want this footage to just play as is. Let's get that to full screen. I want the footage. Oh, no, I want Celeste. What am I doing? Not Silksong. We got to go Celeste. No, actually, maybe Silksong. Maybe that's... You would think I would have had this planned out. But you'll see. I actually think having some Hollow Knight is the way to go. Yes, and sorry for clarity. Right now, this is not the song request yet. This is just our discussion segment, which I don't think was telegraphed on the schedule, so sorry for that. But yeah, why don't I just need the 1 minute to gather my thoughts, take a sip of water. So I'll leave the sound effects on temporarily, and then we'll get started. But just an FYI, when I post the edited version of this discussion, it's not going to have the top bar. It's not going to have me. It's only going to be the gameplay, and that's why I took off the attribution. Because I'm literally just going to use this footage captured on this stream of Hollow Knight. And the footage will be present. So, alright. I just need that 1 minute, and then we'll go to town. Where's the chat? All right. Mute the sound here. Mute the YouTube audio. Why can't... where'd the chat go? The chat doesn't show up when you... Just trying to find a way. Get my notes here on screen. Alright, this should work, I guess. Because I don't need the monitor. Damn it, dude. All right. See, come back on camera. All right, welcome, guys. Welcome to this discussion. So before I get started with my commentary, I would just say, whatever you expect for this discussion, just leave your expectations. Expect the unexpected. This is not, as I've said, a drama fueling thing, but right, we'll get to that. But before I start, Eblo says, hello, one person in the world besides me who didn't care for Hollow Knight. Well, you remember we saw that Neryl review of Hollow Knight, and I have since theorized that Neryl's devastatingly effective review of Hollow Knight is the reason why Silksong is taking so long. Because they heard all of Neryl's very fair critiques and were like, yeah, he's right, let's fix this in Silksong. Now, I say that half jokingly, and I also want to make it crystal clear that I'm not saying... I've never played Hollow Knight, but I am not saying that it is bad or that, folks who like, Ghost of Burb really likes the game. And Ghost of Burb flat out said that those things that Neryl pointed out are just not an issue for Ghosty. So I totally respect that. There's a lot, about this game that a person can enjoy. And those issues that Neryl had were perfectly fair, but it's not like you're wrong if those things don't bother you. Eblo is not sure how Eblo feels about a singular person having that much potential impact on the trajectory and decision-making of a team that he isn't a part of. But, yeah, what do you mean you're not sure how you feel about it? Does that mean that you're losing confidence in Team Cherry if a review like that is making them question everything? Oh, okay. JJ says that perhaps they saw your streams of it and delayed the game. Yeah, I know we're half kidding, but, And like I said, I'm half kidding about the Neryl thing, but that could very easily be that type of thing that's part of the delay. All right. I think we should get started. So, apologies if this is not super polished. I am going to be editing it, of course. But we're just talking. I'm going to be, reading and responding to some of your... I can't promise that I'm going to read everything, because this might take a good while if I did read everything, but I'll certainly read everything, with my eyes, but be selective about what to say out loud and respond to. But you're highly encouraged to... I don't want you to think that I'm just talking to the camera and you're this non-participant. I do genuinely want you to think of this as... a community discussion. And also just keep in mind, just so you know what you're getting into, that would mean that, when I post this video, I will be, reading, oh, Keo says XYZ, and then I'll... So, your name would technically be included in the video, which, just so you know what you're getting into. Eblo says not quite. If people criticized X, Y, and Z and they wanted to do better, that seems normal. But the thought of a single person voicing such critiques and having the same effect is unfortunate. And yes, JJ, for the Adventure Channel, even if I'm half joking about Neryl specifically, this may be the reality of the aptly named influencers. And I really want to talk about that more, but we got to get going with this. What I will quickly say, and maybe put an opinion in it for later, is I have no objection to that if Neryl's commentary is truthful and fair, right? And yeah, so as much as I'd like to explore that, right, in a hypothetical where it was 100% because of Neryl's video, I would say that is exactly as things should be, because it's not like Neryl is using his influence to, peddle propaganda. He's amassed an audience that he deserves more than most other content creators I've ever seen. So if he delivers devastatingly effective but fair commentary, that... I would make the argument that benefits Team Cherry. Because... it is snapping, in this hypothetical, it is snapping Team Cherry out of their bubble of complacency and everyone telling good, but all right. Yeah, and then JJ has heard things like that with the Disney executives not liking Critical Drinker. Yeah, so that's definitely something we should talk some more about. All right, let's jump right in. The first thing you're going to hear in this Alex Yard Adventure video is me saying this right now. Did Earthblade cause the Silksong cake lie? Did the situation surrounding Earthbound, Earthblade, and its cancellation have a connection or even a causality to the very clumsy mixed signals rollout of the cake lie and the Switch 2 direct tease? Could these two things be related? That's what we're going to explore right now. Now, you think about this. What we do know for sure as a starting point is that the Silksong developers, Team Cherry, knew about the Switch 2, right? They are enough of an insider in this industry of ours. Team Cherry is epic enough to have known about the Switch 2. So if you take that as your starting point, and then you start to think, well, if they're epic enough to know about the Switch 2, doesn't it require like even less epic stats to know about Earthblade, right? If Switch 2 is this, an indie game is small peanuts compared to this big, tight indie, right? So my point is that it's perfectly plausible that Team Cherry knew about Earthblade's cancellation. And we now know that Earthblade was canceled in early December, but the announcement was not rolled out until like mid to late January of 2025. So here's what my thought process is. And this is, we're just talking. I guess you could call this speculation. I'm not claiming to have some monopoly on exactly what happened, but I want you to consider the following plausible possibility. So if Team Cherry catches wind in early December or whenever it was in December, if they knew behind the scenes that Earthblade had been canceled the same way they had the inside info on the Switch 2, well, if I'm Team Cherry, now I'm getting nervous because, right, imagine if Team Cherry never did their cake bit, which led to them technically acknowledging the existence of the continued game's development, right? I mean, Team Cherry said that Silksong was going to come out in a certain year, and then it didn't, and then they just went radio silent, right? So here's all these, desperate fans that are desperate for an update, and very rightly, they are in a state of unease because they've been expecting the game to come soon, and now there's just no updates at all. So if I'm Team Cherry, well, now I'm getting nervous because when people eventually see the announcement of Earthblade's cancellation, they're going to realize, like, wow, if Earthblade could get just abruptly canceled after all of this development and, pre-release interviews and trailers, right? If Earthblade can just up and collapse, then, well, we have even less assurance that Silksong is in a good place. So if I am Team Cherry, now I have an incentive to just, all right, let me somehow acknowledge to fans that Silksong is still in development and that it will release. And that's, they went about it in an odd way. Instead of just coming out and saying it, they sent the cake. We're not going to... if you're watching this video, you know about the cake situation. We're not going to revisit that right now. But they put out the cake picture that people thought was maybe a Silksong tease. And then it is said that it was just a nothing burger. It was a red herring. I guess the Team Cherry guy just wanted everyone to know, I'm cool. I'm epic enough that I know about the Switch 2. But then when I heard about the Earthblade thing, I connected those two together. So my theory is that the cake line rollout was done to preempt the very understandable heavy anxiety that Silksong waiters would have once they watch Earthblade blow up in flames. Okay? So with Earthblade in the state that it is, and the very devastating, final update and the goodbye, there's been plenty of talk about this, a lot of charged emotions, and I can't pretend like I was someone who was like really following and looking forward to it. But as someone who really enjoyed Celeste and would have absolutely been excited to see what the studio would come up with next, right? I can only imagine the emotional anguish of people who have been, fawning over updates and just really getting hyped for how cool the game was going to be, right? Supporting extremely okay games and Maddie at the helm of it all. It's devastating to have it all suddenly just dissipate into smoke. And it starts to, bring up questions of trust. Were gamers' trust misplaced? Are we taking away the right lessons from what happened? So this video that you're listening to right now is mostly going to be about Earthblade. This is a post-mortem on Earthblade's decision to just abruptly cancel. We are also going to provide an analysis of Extremely OK's business practices that may be partly responsible for getting us to this point. And then at the end of the video, we will deliver the Maddie's final sentencing. I will be sentencing Maddie to a sentence to atone for this situation. Now, some of you listening to this video right now will find this video to be fascinating and even cathartic, right? Because you're stuck in your corner, wanting answers, wanting to feel like you've been spoken to honestly. You're trying to make sense of it. You're trying to figure out how to protect yourself with this kind of thing, getting your heart broken, understandably, with this kind of thing. So for those people who I'm just going to offer my perspective. What I'm going to do today is connect some dots that I don't think I've seen anyone else connect. And I have no agenda for providing this commentary other than people are pulling their hair with frustration, very understandably, about this. And if we can cut down on the mystery of what's happening, I think that will be good for fans, but never in a way that's meant to stir up drama. I'm not going to be tagging anyone, right? I'm just giving you my reaction because I don't want to live alone with my reaction, and I don't want to continue to see people treat others unprofessionally if it can be avoided and if it can be called out and kind of preempted, nipped in the bud. But not all of you watching this video right now will have that take. Some of you watching this video will react pretty negatively to it. And you may be inclined to chase me away from the topic because you may perceive that I'm just stirring up drama for clicks, but I'm getting out in front of that right now. I firmly disagree with that. Everything I have to say today comes from a place of genuine, just offering my perspective. I'm going to give you food for thought. I'm not going to give you these perfect theories of who did what and when, but I'm going to give you food for thought that's going to make what happened here, right? I aim to make it a little less mysterious. If I can give you an ounce of peace of mind, that's a success. So, what we're going to do now is touch upon the circumstances that led to the cancellation of Earthblade. Now, as many of you know, Pedro was a member of the team at Extremely OK Games, working under kind of the main directorship of Maddie. Pedro was certainly a big part of Celeste, and definitely maybe an even bigger part of Silksong as the art director, major art contributor. And so the first thing that Maddie disclosed to us fans was to say that a fracture began forming at I guess I'll just from here out call it XOK, which is short for Extremely OK. A fracture started. And so to hear the word fracture used like that, one gets the sense that there's some hard feelings with this. And I say that only because we've been fed a narrative that, there's no hard feelings. We both wish each other, the best. And that may be true, but it's simultaneously could be perfectly plausible that there's some resentment, that there was a big clash of ideology or fairness or equity, or right? So I'm not here to try to tease out those details, but I am going to give you a couple of observations that will show you some details sitting in plain sight that maybe kind of shed a little bit more light on this. So it's notable that this fracture was mentioned, and specifically Maddie said it was me and Noel on one side and then Pedro over here. So I guess the reason why I pause and think about that and maybe am a little uneasy about it is because it just kind of feels like Maddie is saying, well, Pedro was the problem and Noel was on my side, right? I think it's totally unnecessary to even mention Noel, as to say, like, well, I had a vote of support from Noel, so know that. The fact that you would be drawing lines like that seems a little bit confusing, or at least speaking to, a more direct, internal drama, clashing of personalities. Now, the cause of this fracture was ultimately a dispute over, an ownership share of the art rights. Specifically, Pedro specified it had to do with the ownership of the art, I guess, IP. Now, why I find this a little bit perplexing is because approximately 3 years ago, when Maddie Makes Games, officially reformed and restructured as Extremely OK Games, at that time, one of the things that they did in their charter to start with a fresh foundation was to ensure equity of ownership. So it's a little bit baffling that, you sat down to make a constitution when you formed this current incarnation of the company, right? And you specifically specified we're going to have equity in ownership, right? You're going to use that buzzword to make sure everyone understands that, yes, here at XOK, we have equity. Now, I had to stop and think about that word equity, because when you hear that word equity, my mind first thought like, oh, everyone's equal. Everyone's valued equally. They have an equal share. And if that was the case, I just failed to understand why the terms that were negotiated at the start of XOK suddenly became unacceptable deeper into development. I don't understand that. One thing you got to think about is that the word equity doesn't exactly mean everyone gets an equal share, but it does mean that everyone is treated fairly, proportionally. So that, in that sense, the word equity just becomes a buzzword, possibly. We don't know the details, and those are not important. But it just becomes a possibility to say, yes, I'm giving my staff members the amount of compensation and ownership rights proportional to their contributions. And if doesn't that go without saying? It just feels like you're patting yourself on the back for this equity points, and what good did it do you, right? You explicitly set out to achieve equity, but this deep into the development of Earthblade, 3 some years later, it led to irreconcilable differences. I don't understand that. So with Pedro departing, part of Pedro's departure was structured in a way that he was not trying to sabotage or undermine Earthblade's progress, right? right? On the surface and probably deep down, he did wish them the best and he wanted Earthblade to succeed. So after Pedro left, right, what does the schedule look like for the day after Pedro's departure? Well, resume development, right? Soldier on, continue trucking forward despite the setback. That was the plan, right? As Pedro walked out of the doors of the office for the final time. But then, at some point later, they did some reflecting and they decided to just cancel it. Okay. Now, there were a few reasons cited for that, which include progress not coming along the way that they would like, as well as, some personal things going on in Maddie's life that were taking a toll. As well as, of course, the overall sentiment that we've seen come up here and there, where these developers get too much pressure on themselves to deliver something that's bigger and better and is going to wow the audience and everything, right? That perfectionism that undermines your ability to deliver because you're constantly tweaking, you're constantly having insecurities about the overall quality of the new game that you're working on. So I'm going to contribute this thought here. This is a reason why I suspect Earthblade was canceled in a way that's not concretely acknowledged, okay? And that reason is that Pedro does appear to have been a significant contributor to the game's identity. Pedro was not just, fulfilling orders that Maddie ordered up and say, all right, I need you to make a ghost here, I need you to make a tower over here, right? He was coming up with stuff. Not only was he coming up with stuff, he was, right, so he's from Portugal, I apologize. He is from Brazil, and they speak Brazilian Portuguese. I do apologize. He was from Brazil, and he was bringing that aspect of himself to the table in terms of, right, even the characters' names, in some cases, had Portuguese language references and such. And right, very clearly, Pedro was not just a hired gun where he was actually making major contributions to what the game is. And, that largely seems to be the product of the very collaborative nature of Maddie Makes Games XOK, which is a double-edged sword. We'll get to that. But to Pedro's credit, he was a big contributor. So to have a fracture form that seems to be, the core details of that have to do with money, well, I can't help but suspect that it's painful for Maddie to work on the game now, because so much of the game's appearance, visual identity, right, is directly from Pedro. And maybe, right, we're just talking, I'm just speculating, maybe the hurt feelings surrounding the fracture are so unbearable that Maddie could not imagine trucking forward and, just continuing to, here's this character with a Portuguese name, right? And keep in mind that Pedro also kind of worked closely in tandem with someone else from Brazil, and I believe they left at the same time. So to have such a mass exodus, right, I can absolutely imagine why Maddie would feel that the balloon had just popped and that it was a daunting task to continue trucking forward with this art design that is so integrally connected to Pedro the person. So what I have to say to Maddie directly right now is to use the age-old expression, stay together for the kids. I know that's hard to hear, but, right, I think you owe it to your fans to stay together for the kids. As much as it hurts to maybe look at the art and work on it my firm belief is that you owe it to your fans. If a family, right, if a husband and wife, right, stay together to the kids, let's maintain the appearance. Let's stay together as husband and wife as far as everyone knows until the kids, go to college. They leave the house. Until they're 18, we're going to put a happy face on this thing because we don't want to devastate our kids and because we took an oath at our marriage to, death to us part, and we're here, raising children for the next generation. Let's see it through. Let's finish what we started. Let's climb to the top of Celeste's mountain without just hopping off more than halfway up the mountain. Put a good face on this thing. Soldier through for the benefit of a community that is larger than you. The community that has given you life and relevance. I think that Maddie is still dealing with the shock of losing Pedro and the other person who left with Pedro, and at least one other member, right? But when I look at the obstacles or challenges that are in place to finish Earthblade, they are 100% conquerable. So my recommendation is that Maddie overcome that heartbreak, and you don't even need to... I'm not saying that you need to issue a public statement, or I'm just saying that I understand this breakup is tough, but if, a husband and wife can put a happy face on this for years on end in order to protect the well-being of their children and to finish what they started and were committed to, I just think you owe it to your fans to finish the game, because Maddie has herself said that the game is finishable, and if it was finished, it would be a great game, right? And so this is from the mouth of Maddie herself. The game can be finished, and it still could be good if it was finished. So, dude, right? Whatever you have to do to make it work, change the names of the characters, right? I know that redoing a lot of art is a big ask, but I don't need to know exactly who drew what, right? Me and many other people are just looking for a memorable, fun game that does something that other games haven't quite done, and you could make the case that Celeste does that very wonderfully. Power through. I know you can do it because you admitted that you can. And I think you should own the error of how your business was structured. The way your business was structured is totally on you, Maddie. And I think that what happened with Pedro, it's not like Pedro necessarily blindsided you. Everything he did, my understanding, was within the parameters of, following the procedures of how the company was structured. He is allowed to ask for a bigger ownership share, and I have no knowledge about, nor is that even important. How much more did Pedro ask for, and was it reasonable, and should Maddie have granted that own, right? That's not what we're here to talk about today, but as a starting point, we can say that Pedro was well within his rights to ask for a bigger share, and Maddie was within her rights to decline it. But I think Maddie should own that massive error of planning and business structuring and not pass that error to the fans and not pass that error to everyone else who has and will continue to work on Earthblade. That they should not shoulder that burden. JJ says John Cleese and his divorced wife still managed to co-write 2 seasons of Faulty Towers. And listen, right? The White Stripes were married and then they were divorced. And all of their albums, and I'm going to cut this from them, I'm just saying this. The White Stripes were divorced for their entire run. All 6 albums, all their tours, right? Right? That's a bit extreme. That's a bit too much to ask of a person. But this Earthblade is much lower stakes than that. You're not even having to deal with you're just having to deal with their art, right? If a man and woman can have a child right? And then their marriage falls apart and they cannot stand to look at, the ex-husband anymore because there's so much hurt feelings and hurt toxicity. But you're still going to have to look at your kid for the rest of your life. You're in it for the long haul. You're going to look at your kid and see that his nose is just like the ex-husband, the inflection in his voice, right? We choose these paths. Sometimes things go awry. But I just think that, totally quitting when you're you're more than halfway up Celeste Mountain. And you know full well that you can feasibly finish, but you choose not to. So along with the stay together for the kids expression is, of course, publish or perish, right? Publish or perish is the MO of, when it comes to tenured professors and making it in the literature commentary, it's publish or perish. If you don't end up making things, you're done. You're done. You got to strike when the iron is hot, and this is really obvious to say, striking when the iron is hot. It shouldn't take 3 years after Celeste to even announce a game, right? And that's what Evening Star did too. It took upwards of 3-4 years after Sonic Mania to even announce what the next project is, but that's neither here or there, and I will probably cut this part from the video. Shadow Op says, you are saying Earthblade, correct? Yes. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. But yeah, most of what I'm talking about is about Earthblade. So when I look at Maddie's commentary about how things shook out with the fracture and what the road forward looks like, I pause and raise my eyebrows when I hear when I read Maddie's writing and saying, I want to make it clear that the cancellation of Earthblade was on me, Maddie, not on Pedro, right? Because this is the internet. I don't want people going after Pedro and blaming him for Earthblade's cancellation because he left and he left things in place for us to continue. Maddie is saying, don't give Pedro any hate. Maddie says, this was all me. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I don't think this came down to Pedro. I think Pedro asked for more money, and when it wasn't granted, he left. And he was within his rights to do that. Believe me, I do not blame Pedro even a little for the cancellation of Earth, because everything Maddie has told us, it just traces back to her just not feeling it anymore. The balloon has popped, and that balloon was filled with a very precarious helium in the way that Extremely OK Games operates. Then you think about the fact that Heidi, who was another Extremely OK member, left. In the wake of that, well, okay, so it's one thing if Pedro asked for more and wasn't granted it. But if that was just a Pedro thing, why did the person who works closely with Pedro also, and maybe if they're kind of a package deal, they always intended to work together for the remainder of their career, maybe that makes sense. But then also Heidi left. Heidi had a totally different role at XOK, and when Heidi left, it was with some tweets where Heidi basically said that the best part of my experience as XOK was with the fans and the community and the speedrunning events and the custom artwork, right? When Heidi took the opportunity to reflect on everything good at XOK, it was, right, the fan, right? Didn't say any... I read it. I don't think there was any mention of, what it's like to work there. So, again, from where I'm sitting, I can't just write this off as an isolated incident. 'Of a disagreement of compensation ownership. I have to wonder if there were some larger structural problems that led to some kind of overall growing resentment and dissatisfaction. But the thing is, Extremely OK Games actually retweeted Heidi's goodbye tweet. But then they didn't retweet Pedro's goodbye. So I really... This is the kind... It's almost like insulting to my intelligence, and it's the reason why I would want to make a video like this, where I'm not just going to blindly accept this... Everyone feel good, join hands all together, all is forgiven, all is understandable and for the best. I don't have to accept that, because clearly you're kind of doing these petty things in plain view that scream bad blood, and to have some version of a mass exodus, I can't just write that off as an isolated fracture about compensation. So when you look at the way that Extremely OK Game Studio is structured, well, first of all, they started as Helix Games, and then they changed the name to Maddie Makes Games, and finally it was Extremely OK. And I think that's vain. To change the name of your company, so you know what's a perfectly fine name for a development studio? Helix Games. If the domain was available and right? Call yourself something that's easy to remember. It doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. But when I look at Celeste and I look at the title screen, I'm so nostalgic for the title screen of Celeste because it takes me back to when I played the game in 2020. Sit down and I see the snow's coming in and I see the title cards. It's epic. Right? And now I open the game and it says something different. And I just kind of feel like revisionist history, and it shouldn't be a big deal because it's just a name of the company at the top, right? It's bad enough to have 3 different names over such a short period for your studio, but to then go back and retroactively update the title cards, I'm never on board with that. You made the art at a particular point in time, and you put your name on it. Now, what's not super mentioned about the protracted development cycle of Earthblade is that Earthblade is not the first game that XOK tried to make. Okay, once they formed XOK after Celeste was wrapping up with the final DLC and stuff, they formed XOK, and like I said, they sought to create equity of participation. It was really important for Maddie that people were not working in silos, that they all had, direct creator tools and access to go into the game and implement the things, so there's not all these layers of separation and isolation. And I'm sure that comes with pros and cons. But the first game that they tried to develop went under the code name, project name, XOK1. So their format for naming their projects is XOK dash and then the number. Now, XOK1 was the first game they tried to make, and it was 3D. And the big thing to glean from XOK1 was that they developed the narrative first and then sought to, tailor the gameplay around it. So the primary focus was the narrative, the story, and that would inform what they designed for the gameplay mechanics. Now, you ask me, I get a little bit nervous about that. I worry that people are going to paint themselves into these corners because they don't have a game plan necessarily from the start, and they're hoping it works out. They're hoping that they're going to find their voice and find the game's identity. And that's a massive risk to begin with. Now, Third Bruno says that this narrative first, then gameplay is the opposite of Nintendo's process. Yeah, so Nintendo, right? I'm not here to just praise Nintendo because I can certainly give them a hard time for plenty of things, but when it comes to that, that's what I'm on board with. And I'm not saying that you can never design games the way they tried to do XOK1 Just that there are massive risks that are unwise to undertake when you're an independent studio that doesn't have a ton of resources and budget to just make these mistakes and sink several months into a prototype that you're going to eventually just scrap it all and start from square one. Bruno says on Game Theory Live, they had Butch Hartman on once, and when they asked him about his stuff, he said story first as well. But Butch Hartman does animated shows, right? So it's story first as opposed to what? Because he doesn't make games, right? Okay, Third Bruno says they asked him about games. Oh, so they asked him for... They asked Butch Hartman for his opinion on what's like the good way to go about games, and he said the story first. Look, I absolutely see where that perspective is coming from, but I think it's massively arrogant and hubristic to try to undertake such a risky, formless, play it as we go mentality, right? And we look at Earthbound, we look at Earthblade collapsing, as well as... Okay, so XOK 3 was actually a reboot of XOK 1. Okay? With XOK 3, the issue was that... I got to gather my thoughts. Maybe try and say this again. Because you notice I skipped over XOK 2. That was on purpose. And we'll get to that shortly. Okay, skipping over XOK 2, XOK 3 was actually a reboot of XOK 1. Now, XOK 3 was eventually itself canceled. And when you look at the reason, right, the takeaway, right, acknowledging what went awry with XOK 3 was that it went too far outside of the comfort zone into the unknown. They got too ambitious. They right, because they're on one side afraid that if they stay in too much in their comfort zone, they're just going to do something that's safe, boring, and unremarkable. So they want to reach into the unknown and try new things and take risks, right? But they canceled XOK 3 because they went too far into the unknown, and they recognized that. Okay, they had the right takeaway, it would appear, that, yeah, we got too ambitious and we went too far into the unknown. So what we do next should be a bit more grounded. Okay? So, then you get to XOK4, a.k.a. Earthblade. And so, when I hear Maddie say that part of the reason for canceling Earthblade is because it's not coming along the way that we would like, you kind of get a kind of a mixed messaging. It's to say, like, well, if you're not really feeling the vibe of the game anymore, is it because the development was so loose running? What's the word? Freewheeling? That it kind of ballooned out of its scope, and once it kind of became fully tangible, it was not quite something that you felt good about. I mean, operating with tunnel vision in that way, I would not be at all surprised that these things happen. But hearing them get to have the right takeaway from XOK 3, I cannot attribute that to XOK4. If you know full well not to get too carried away by plunging into the unknown, how could anything about Earthblade be not progressing the way? And especially, right, Maddie said it herself that she could finish Earthblade and it would be good. It would be great even, I believe she said, right? So I heard Arlo and maybe some other people try to assign benefit of the doubt, everybody join hands together, try and love one another, right? And say, like, it's for the best. Sometimes things don't pan out the way you want them to, and a game that you felt passion for, you turn around a few years later and you're just not feeling the same way. And it feels daunting
to have to power through. You listen here. AVGN, Angry Video Game Nerd, finished his movie. And it took him like 7 years or more, and I can totally empathize with him that after a few years, continuing to work on the same single project must have been totally awful. But he had to soldier through. He had to deliver on what he said he would. It's really quite simple. JJ has heard from Retro Studio devs that Nintendo hates story first. You can have 500-page lore and design document, but without a game, you have nothing to show off. And that's why I am not in the least bit surprised to see now 1, 2, 3, 4 games blow up in smoke, with in some cases months and years of development resources, but also years of hyping up your fans and getting them, so supportive and excited for this eventual Christmas morning where you're going to get to play this game from deep in the heart and soul of Extremely OK Games and Maddie and her team's design philosophy. And so I've heard Arlo and others cite that aspect of the fallacy of funk. I've seen Arlo and others invoke that aspect of sunk costs, and to say that however much time and effort you've already put into something like Earthblade, you can't only be beholden to all that. You have to look at, right, from here to completion, is it worth it? Right? My impression is that yes, it is worth it, and that there's not that much left, because they said the game would come out in 2024. That was the canonical release schedule date, 2024. So look, if they couldn't make 2024 happen, fine, but clearly they could power through. And it's just Maddie has chosen not to at this time. But there's nothing fundamentally flawed or irreparable about the game. And that's why I just see this abrupt cancellation and heartbreak as an unforced roadblock. Now then you look at paid, and we're kind of jumping around. I may stitch this in a different part of the video. One thing that really caused me cause for pause was looking at Pedro's statement upon his departure, which he left before Earthblade they made the decision to cancel it. But when Pedro left, one of the things he said in the spirit of, wanting Earthblade to continue and succeed, Pedro specifically said that he made the choice to allow them to use all of the work that he had created so far. So I read that and I'm like, whoa, hold up. You're telling me that Pedro chose to allow them to use all the work that he had contributed to that? So you're telling me that if Pedro wanted to, he could have pulled the plug on all of his contributions if he was not, approving it, right? At that point, I'm saying, hold on, why is this structured that? Are you telling me that Extremely OK Games charter constitution was structured in a way that if any member of the team decided that they didn't feel valued or they had a conflict with someone and they're going to leave, they actually have the option to pull away all their art and contribute? When you think about the fact that Pedro's contributions to the game were significant in terms of the theming and the character designs and the locales, and he was bringing his Brazilian perspective, Portuguese flavor to things, right? And you're telling me that for any reason, he could just leave and then say, nope, you can't use my stuff. So basically, the idea that Pedro technically had this nuclear option, because if he chose to take out all his art, well, then I could fully understand why Maddie would be like, this is too much of an undertaking to repair the missing content in this game. And since Pedro's contributions were so integral to the identity of the game, well, that would make sense. But I'm just sitting here flabbergasted. I'm saying, why were things even set up that whoever knows how many members would have that right to say that, yep, at any time they can jump ship and pull all their artwork and contributions, right? I would think, I've never been in game development, but I would think it's standard practice that you figure out this stuff up front so that you anticipate the potential for any number of unknown reasons that there could be a conflicting and parting of ways in a way that does not now cripple the company and totally right. So that just leads me to question that maybe XOK's charter was like heavily flawed and maybe a little bit too idealistic, that it didn't have any contingency plan. That's a huge vulnerability. In regard to XOK's bigger picture, business strategies and whatnot, and in terms of their creative process, well, one thing is that they allow side projects, but each member of the team is encouraged to maintain their side projects. Now, as to how much of those side projects take the place of or are in addition to the baseline work amount expectations in a given week, I don't know. But I now get to call back to an observation I had in the past and bring it up now with more relevance, okay? So many of you may remember that Extremely OK Games published Celeste 64, which was a free, pretty small-scale game that was it was pretty cool. It was a 3D reimagination of Celeste. And so I looked at this and I'm like, wow, this looks and controls great. This is not just a quick afternoon project. I'm like, well, they haven't released any games since Celeste 1. So what the heck are they doing, spending all this time to work on just a free... And it being free is not the problem. But the point is, it's a lift. It's taking away from your development time, and you never released a game after Celeste. So when I hear Maddie, proactively come out and say, oh, yeah, no, this Celeste 64, it was quick. It only took like 2 weeks. And I'm not saying Maddie is lying per se, but I did have that unease, say, like, why are you guys, putting your major project that everyone's waiting on hold to do this, loving, nostalgic Super Mario 64 reimagine of Celeste? Like, maybe you should be working on Earthblade. Maybe instead of doing a 2-hour Q&A session like they did to talk all about Earthblade and give themselves all sorts of endorphin surges to talk about how special it's going to be with the seamless world and the music dynamic evolving and all these different things, right? Maybe those 2 hours should have been spent on Earthblade itself instead of talking about Earthblade. And I say that in kind of a tongue-in-cheek way. But my point with that is to look at Celeste 64 and say, yeah, maybe the studio is now in turn gradually revealing itself that it just doesn't maintain its priorities correctly. Maddie has said in the past that to Maddie, Earthblade represents a convergence of our creative lives at this moment in time, and I treasure these side projects as little views into the worlds of my collaborators, untempered by our collective process. So that's very revealing, and not even that's not a bad thing, but it is interesting to hear Maddie, straight up acknowledge that Earthblade itself represents the convergence of all of our creative lives. And I give Maddie credit for being interested in the side projects of her creators. But yeah, if Earthblade is that much of a collaborative effort, it's just a shame to see, revenue share or rights ownership split to be the cause of that. So ever since in the fallout of this, what Maddie has said as far as what's next is that, they're back, from square one at the drawing board, and they're prototyping and trying to rediscover game development. Now, there's probably no other way or no quicker way that you could quickly get me to lose any and all interest in your projects. If you are sitting there trying to figure out a way to rediscover your joy for game development, right? I would just say don't do it unless it's bursting out of you. Don't do it unless to not do it would make you explode. If you're sitting around trying to rekindle, your right for these ambitious projects, and I know they've said that they're going to do smaller scale, simple projects, but it almost sometimes feels like Maddie is more enamored with the idea of being a game developer and making a game and losing sight of the priority of actually making games. I think that the Maddie situation, the situation that Maddie has landed in is just the very particular business structure just totally backfiring. And I think that if Maddie was going to go all in on such a collaborative process and identity collection module, well, I think that all of these things were just vulnerabilities that might have not exploded, but then they did, and there should be no surprise with that. If you are putting so much investment and giving these other creators a seat at the table, it's almost like this precarious. It's like you're mixing friendship, but also business and craft in a way that is unnecessarily precarious. And I know it's easy for me to say that in hindsight, but yeah. I would say, Maddie, don't design games anymore unless you really have to. That it is impossible to imagine not doing it. Then I think about the fact that if you go to the Extremely OK website, there is a blog post that announces the cancellation of Earthblade, but there's also still a page from Earthblade. It's such a small thing, but it's kind of more emblematic. It is so absurd that the XOK website still has a dedicated page all about Earthblade, and furthermore, the XOK Twitter account still has the pinned comment. Right now, as of January 29, 2025, the pinned comment is still a regular Earthblade-related thing, to say nothing of it, right? So I'm just wondering where everyone's heads are at, because it's, right, the fact that Maddie included a mention in the final update announcing the cancellation, the fact that Maddie, right, kind of very cruelly included some concept art of the first map that they designed for the entire kind of general alignment of area. Why on earth would you include that in this heartbreaking, sudden, unexpected, just totally canceled and gone announcement, and you're going to rub salt in the wound because you want to have your little nostalgic moment to say, yeah, it's humble beginnings. Here was the first concept art, right? You're going to show concept art of the map, which is the roadmap in a way of the entire interconnected, seamless world. That is beyond tone deaf. And I'm so disappointed for Maddie to have done that. It doesn't really slice me in the stomach the way that it does a lot of, longtime hardcore fans who were eagerly anticipating the game and following up, because the Earthblade was not as much on my radar until recently, but my God, you're talking about a shocking, disappointing bombshell of a heartbreaking, and you need the endorphin surge so much that you're going to show the concept art of what could have been. Wow, oh man, it's almost as cruel as things that Team Cherry have done, almost. And I think it's just a misguided lack of self-awareness. That's what I would say. All right, and that's going to bring us to our sentencing. So, what you've heard me say thus far is just a bunch of scattered impressions, trying to make sense of this, trying to understand if the narrative that we're being presented with actually reflects, the actions that these people have taken, whether it is inconsistent or not with the very charter and philosophy of the company. So, with all of those things mentioned, we've now arrived at Maddie's sentencing. Now, before I sentence Maddie, I'm just going to say that what Maddie really ought to do is just finish Earthblade, right? That's technically what she should do anyway. Finish Earthblade. You freely admitted that you can do it, and it will be great. So we're done talking about this. The road forward is still drivable. You just have to climb Celeste Mountain and not leave Celeste Mountain having climbed, 80% of the... Did you not write Celeste 1? Wasn't Celeste 1 all just kind of leading up thematically and relevant to what you need to... You know exactly what you need to do, and you know how hard it will be, but you should not lose sight of all the fans that have been supportive all this time, that have looked at every update with bated breath, who have given you daily drive and motivation to do what you do. You should finish the job. You should climb all the way to the top of Celeste Mountain, and there's no reason why you don't. Shadow Ops has the summary. Okay? So, stay together for the kids. Get used to looking at Pedro's art. Change the name of as many characters as is needed, and you never have to tell us what was Pedro's and what wasn't. You are bringing all of this behind-the-scenes angst and making it everyone else's problem. Just publish the game. You don't have to specify anything about this. Just pick up the pieces and continue it the way that, a marriage that's falling apart would stay together to put a happy face on it for the sake of the kids. Do it for your fans, not as a favor, but because you owe it to them, because you promised the game in a very specific year, and because there's no technical or, really practical roadblock to finishing it other than your own emotional state. Take a few months, do a low-stakes prototype of something else to shake off the fog, and then finish Earthblade. If you don't finish Earthblade, then now I'm going to be delivering my sentencing. Okay, so here we are. Maddie Thorson, if you refuse to finish Earthblade, I hereby sentence you to go work for someone else. Okay? Get over your vanity. Get over your, this overall creative drive and vision that is actually far too vague to actually stake all your chips on, right? Admit defeat. If you won't finish Earthblade, which you absolutely can, if you choose not to, admit defeat and go work for someone else, right? Maddie, you are so talented. I love Celeste. I'm going to stream it some more someday. You know just as much as the community does that it's a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. And even if your, business ownership / team directing structure leaves something to be desired, right? Anyone who's played Celeste or even looked at Earthblade knows that Maddie Thorson is a creative mind that's a cut above the rest. No question about that. But why do you think that means that, what you have to do is, be, right? I think that Extremely OK Games tried and failed to make 4 games. XOK 1, 3, 4. Oh, but we didn't even talk about XOK 2, and that's the thing. We don't talk about XOK 2. Now, whose policy is that? I don't know, but Maddie said it. When Maddie introduced XOK 3, there was a brief passing mention of, we don't talk about XOK 2. So whatever eggshells are expected around XOK 2, I don't know, man. if you're designating these areas where, oh, we can't talk about this, or it's bad vibes, or you have to embrace failure, accept failure, spin failure into a positive, be imperfect, make mistakes, stay together for the kids, and release a game even if you know it will get an 82 out of 100. Maybe you're gunning for the 98. Maybe you're gunning for best indie game of the year. You recognize full well yourself that your overambition or wanting to top yourself or really wow the audience is perhaps in part the reason why things in Earthblade have not panned out the way you want them to. So, go work for right? Your creativity, your contributions could be an amazing aspect of someone else's team. And maybe you just work for them for a year, right? I think, Maddie, that you will have a whole new fresh perspective on game development if you participate in the industry without trying to wear all the hats simultaneously. I think you've bitten off far more than you're able personally to chew and tackle, and you have done so at the selfish expense of your loyal supporters and fans. So I think you need to admit defeat not for Earthblade, but for being the head honcho at a development studio. You want to talk about relief? You will be so relieved to contribute everything that you have, maybe in a more focused capacity, where you're not having to bear the stress of managing an entire company and team, and you're not having to now hire another person reluctantly to pick up the bottleneck workload that you yourself can't even maintain. You will learn so much about game development and game directing by watching other people do it firsthand and taking direction from them. It seems like you feel entitled to just cook up these things in your studio, and it's your creative, magical process that nothing in the world can interfere with, and I think that mentality has backfired in a heartbreaking, tragic way, and I hereby sentence you to go help someone else. Be a team player for a while, and I honestly believe that if you be a team player like that, then you will naturally rediscover your joy for game design, and not in a way where you're sitting there in the lab like, oh, I got to keep trying this so I can get my passion back. That's not how passion is built. That's not how it thrives. It should come bursting out of you naturally, despite everything, in the way that to not do it would make you explode. So go make mistakes, go work for someone else, take a lot of pressure off yourself. Get rid of this idea that you need to be a visionary director at the helm, because it hasn't worked out, and you do have it in you, but you lost your way along the path. So that's my sentencing. Take it or leave it. I hope you enjoyed this discussion. I've seen so many things tossed around. I know many of you are devastated and just hungry for any perspective. So since I had so many thoughts that I did not see represented in any of the discussions, I thought I would contribute my voice. And I firmly maintain that I have not made this video to prey on drama or just get clicks due to conflict or anything like that. I am speaking up very specifically because these unforced errors and tragedies on these indie developer teams are way too common. I look at Team Cherry, I look at Christian Whitehead. Thank God Freedom Planet 2 got made, but it took a good darn while, and the struggle is real. I totally get it. I'm concerned. And the reason why I would want to speak up on this is that I'm concerned that people are just going to go to Arlo, join hands, feel good, all is well, canceling it was for the best. You're letting them off the hook, and you're allowing Maddie and the studio to deflect responsibility. And that's not reflecting well, and that's not sending the right message to the up-and-coming generation of developers. So, that's why I wanted to weigh in. And I will leave you with, I'm going to recite a poem, I guess you could say, that I know from memory because it's the lyrics to a White Stripes song that is, all too salient for these kinds of things where people get overambitious, they feel all this pressure to top themselves, their hubris grows out of control in a way that it implodes. So ready? This is a song by the White Stripes, and it's called Little Room. And I will recite it from memory, just like I have many a White Stripes songs deep in my heart and soul by this point. Ready? So this is the White Stripes song called Little Room. When you're in your little room and you're working on something good, well, if it's really good, you're going to need a bigger room. But when you're in the bigger room, you might not know what to do. And then you'll have to think of how you got started sitting in your little room. Good night, everybody. Oh, man, that felt good. Just get it all out there. I don't know how long the VOD will be. I honestly think that there's plenty I said that's perfectly fair and perceptive, that's going to give people, some things to chew on. If they're frustrated and they feel left out to dry by all of this. Shadow Ops have a great one. Shadow Ops says if the company finishes the game, Pedro should get royalties for his contributions. And I would assume that he will absolutely get, continued royalties for Celeste. And maybe Earthblade, but I would assume that he will forever keep his stake in Undertale. What am I saying? In Celeste. It's just that he wanted to negotiate a bigger share, and when it wasn't granted, that was enough to leave. But I would assume he will continue getting his existing share of royalties each year in perpetuity. And so one thing I want to just say to everyone here watching the stream, thank you very much. I'm sorry that went on for so long, and it's definitely making me think that future instances of this will be the last part of the stream, not putting it. Keo's been waiting for a song request. I feel bad. I'll find a way to make it up to Keo. I also may have to bail. I think Shinobi. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and with my schedule, and I have to pull the plug on Shinobi. I'm sorry. If you really get angry at me, I could be bullied into playing the first level with a promise to play more down the line. So I'm sorry, Keo. All right, Keo forgot about Shinobi, but not about the song request. So let's dive right into the song request. I'm really sorry, Keo, that, it's buried this deep in the stream. Yeah, I appreciate it, Keo, your understanding to save Shinobi for a better time, because that's a really cool game. And I had no real expectation about how much you guys would have something to say, especially because this is, a semi-sensitive topic, and it's not the best vibe. But it's not a good default vibe to have to talk about this. But let me waste no further time getting Keo's request. As a nice palate cleanser to play us out. I think I've heard of this game, possibly, potentially. Eblo says, watch the song request be from Celeste. There it is. Here it comes. Hopefully it's not too loud. That's good. But yeah, Jack Griffith, if you're taking off, have a good night. We're not technically ending the stream yet. We'll hang out here for the song request for at least 10 minutes, as is tradition. Kingdom Hearts. I don't know. Is it Kingdom Hearts? This sounds to me like the Metroid Dread, the Experiment boss fight. Heblo is getting an early 2000s vibe. Third Bruno is mulling it over. And yeah, Jack, yeah. I know, yeah, because I kind of... So that segment I just did was one of... I haven't done stuff like that lately. That was a discussion segment that, if you can believe it, I'm going to edit down into a single video and put it on the second channel. Vector doesn't recognize it. There's Bruno's mulling it over. Yeah, Kyo is surprised. Sorry, you're not surprised that I've heard of the game. Yeah, I won't say it yet, but the name sounds familiar. Possibly someone requested it here a long time ago. Kyo loves this part. Third Bruno almost wonders if he's heard it. I'm seeing, I guess, for Dragon Guard, Drakengard. No, Kyo, not necessarily that it's been requested before, something from this game. Vector goes, is it that pirate game again? You listen here, The Legend of Black Cat is fantastic. Yeah, I'm just wondering in my head, I've 100% heard of this game before, but where have I heard it? Third Bruno guesses Demon Souls. I see Vector guessing Lost Odyssey. Alright, and Kyo had said that it is a PS3/360 era game. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Kyo specifies further, it's a fantasy RPG. Fantasy Star Online. I'm just kidding, man. Typing in the gameplay. You know, if no one guesses it soon, we could do the classic thing where I show the gameplay without revealing the title. And if no one can recognize this game, even with the visuals, well, they were never going to guess it based on the audio. I see a whole lot of rapid-fire guesses. Final Fantasy. Kid. Excuse me. It went to the next song. I gotta loop it. Dude, I love the artwork on the video of the music. I know you guys can't see it yet, but... Alright. As if on cue... JJ's got it. Dragon's Dogma the Hedgehog. Third Bruno commends JJ. Wow, JJ says we have this game in our Switch library. So maybe that's where I've seen it, in my own Switch library. Well, I never technically added it to my own lib, but it is in the JJ's that I have full legal ethical access to. I know you're listening, Reggie. EB says that the sequel's getting dragged through the mud recently. Is it as poorly received as Mass Effect 3? Dr. Sater says that the sequel getting dragged through the mud is not a surprise because the original wasn't great either. Discuss. Vector says it's definitely a game for cranks. As far as you've read and seen, ooh, I'm gonna learn some more internet lingo right now. What does it mean to disparagingly call someone a crank? KnowYourMeme.net. Heblo says the sequel committed a cardinal sin of taking up Itsuno's time that could have been used for Devil May Cry 6. Third Bruno is in the market for cranks. Vector says a crazy person. Wow, that's pretty disparaging, so do elaborate. Of this, Keo says, crazy? Not really. JJ reports that Jay loves this game, but JJ sees it as a Monster Hunter knockoff. Hey, this is ripping off Bowser's Road. I'm just kidding. Eblo once had Christmas with the Cranks. Is that the Tim Allen movie? I never saw that. But I did see Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger at the movie theater. I was there for history, baby. Dude, I saw Jingle All the Way at the theater. I saw Aladdin 1 at a movie theater. Vector says the game systems feel designed in a way that they are extremely flavorful at the expense of the player. Just incredibly inconvenient and anti-player in an almost intentional way. It's like Dark Souls if Dark Souls felt more weird on purpose. JJ loves the way I say movie theater. Yeah, I've always had a weird... Hey, what's Kingdom Hearts doing? Oh, is it a short boss fight or something? Kingdom Hearts spotted. Let me get back to one. One example Vector's ready to present. Fast travel is expensive, so early on you rely on cart travel between locations. And those carts travel in real time and can be attacked by monsters. That sounds badass. So it's like Death Stranding. You gotta go from here to there and deal with unromantic headaches along the way. Keo points out that Vector is talking about the sequel. Vector says to the point of why people drag the sequel through the mud. One reason? It tried to monetize the item that you'd normally spend to fast travel. Oh, like you have to pay real money, microtransactions? Keo definitively clarifies that in the original Gangster Dragon's Dogma, there is no minecart madness. Let it be known. JJ is sweetening the deal, saying that Dragon's Dogma 2 was 30 frames per sec. 30 frames, everyone. Come and get your 1,000 Year Door remake. It's got half the frames of 20 years ago. Keo's understanding is that... Okay, when they first put out Dragon's Dogma, before the expansion, it was rough. So the expansion wasn't just like new missions and areas, it was polishing the entire experience. A Master Chief Collection situation, although that's not an expansion, that's just fixing it, I guess. Wow, JJ says that the version he has on Switch is called Dark Arisen. Is that like the EU title or something? Vector says they don't make you pay for Rift Stones, but it does say something, says Vector, about the game's design that you're allowed to pay for them in the first place. I haven't seen any microtransactions in Hades. I'm climbing up to Keo's Hades Mountain. Talk about climbing Celeste Mountain. This mountain is hot as fire, and I'm gonna beat Keo possibly. But then Keo will get back in the game and outdo me. Keo says you get an extra region to play on, streamlined progression in the main game, and extra gear. I mean, if you have to purge a boon every time you leave a region, just go out of your way to get extraneous bones. I don't know. It has a cost, don't get me wrong. Here I'm talking about Hades. Throwing Hades facts out there, seeing what you'll say. I'm sorry, it was a bit, I won't ramble. Hades, available now on Switch, Steam, all of it. At a lower price than Penny. Why is a game with Penny in the title so expensive? I'll be right back. So say something interesting for me to return to. Keo says this game will forever be rough, but Keo, hey, I forgot to loop it again. It's a short boss battle. But guys, I had one job. Loop the footage. Loop it good. And we are going to wrap up soon, of course, but still. Alright, how about... Alright, Vector, have a good one. For these last couple minutes, why don't I open this non sequitur video? How about this? I'll open the video, but I won't tell you... It is Dragon's Dogma, but I won't tell you the premise of this video. See if you can figure it out. Hey, it's like Dark Souls. Yeah, look at this Dark Souls combat. Wow, look at this Manticore. He's so cute. I'm sure if you get on his good side, he's just a very sensitive competitor. Wow, he's got snakes coming out of him. Look at this. It's like Sonic Unleashed all of a sudden. Thoughts, Keo? I could get used to this. Oh, here's the Majora's Mask Innkeeper. Indeed, Keo, it is a speed run indeed. Yeah, the thumbnail said like, oh, how Dragon's Dogma's player finally broke the game and can beat it in 12 minutes. You ever beaten it in 12 minutes? Ah, he's doing the Legend of Zelda roll. I love it. Sonic Unleashed. Keo says, what if I told you that you have? I would believe it if you say it sincerely. When you play, are you able to run around this fast, or is this speed some kind of complicated exploit glitch? Keo says one thing that makes it easy is that you can set fast travel points yourself on the map. JJ says this is so funny. After all, setting those fast travel points it's an active skill from the strategy. JJ's got the spin-off. Man Unleashed. Dude, it's like that that mobile game you can play on your smartphone. It's just called Running Man, but it's a man running through, you know, a dangerous temple, and it's pretty much just an auto runner. You have to swipe left or right to get around the obstacles, and then you go to the Dave & Buster's or arcade, and you find that sometimes you go to these modern arcades in the 2020s, this current decade we're in the middle of, and you find that half the games are just life-size screen. They're just smart. It's Angry Birds or the Running Man game. Yes, Temple Run. That's got to be it. And when I first saw that at the arcade, I cracked up and I was like, "Wow, this dude's having a bad day. He just wants to get the hell out of there." Keo says that this game has New Game Plus and extra goodies to collect for it. So once you get the lay of the land, you can do just like this. Here's the bridge from Dark Souls. We're hitting all the tropes. Dude, good physics on the ox pulling the cart, man. Keo says, if you kick the ox, it runs faster. And that's what I like to call ox kicking mechanics. I've always said Zelda should have more of them. JJ had this crazy idea to stream some Sonic Dash at some point. I've never seen anyone do that. I certainly have. I never even played it. Is that the side-scrolling one, or the one where the camera is closer to Temple Run? Keo says, guess what speedrunners do? They give their ox a hearty kick. Dude, waiting for the perfect moment and alignment to give a maximum effective kick. Keo warns everyone this mission is awful.
It's really slow.
Wolves hunt in packs. You get the little Metroid Prime scanner data. Love it. So this is a whole lot of ox kicking. And this is going to take you right to Ganondorf, even though you only have the basic fishing rod. Keo says it probably filtered a lot of players away from the game. What, they can't get on board with kicking an ox digitally? What's the harm? JJ is one of those players you don't want to spend your evening leisure gaming time kicking oxes. Uh-oh, Keo says it naturally moves slowly and moves even slower if it runs out of health. So does every kick make it go faster, but it takes a little bit of hit points? And it could deteriorate and just have to retire? Keo says, you think that's bad. To make things worse, when you reach the fortified city, the game doesn't really explain where to go. And yes, it does take damage from the kick, people. I love this. The little ox that could. You can make it up the slope with another, let me greet you with my boot. We used to do that with the cats at my house. When sometimes we would have to keep the cats in the basement. So if you want to go to the basement without letting the cats, escape and start running around the house, you must open the door and greet with a foot. The foot is the first thing that plows through and drives them away. Greet with a foot. And these oxen are getting greeted with feet. And Keo confirms that lady is basically Casca from Berserk. Berserk. That manga series that I heard was good and was trying to find it at many different libraries, right? They had Full Metal Alchemist, they had Death Note, no Berserk, and I'm pissed. People told me Berserk is unbelievable. Oh, which one did they tell me is bad? Bleach? Someone told me Bleach is bad and Berserk is good. Is that true? I can't open a big whole anime discussion, but I gotta go soon. But I still want to know, is Berserk good or not? I mean, Keo knows about it, so that's a good sign. Lila Low. Wow, those aren't even in JJ's anime resume. Has J seen them? Yeah, Keo says that, what is it, Berserk is fine. Probably need EB as our house consultant. JJ confirms that Jay hasn't seen them. But yeah, as we wind down the stream, everybody, I want to say thanks for hanging out. We had a great Mania bout. An interesting discussion that I think from now on we'll do it as the last piece. But I appreciate all of your open-mindedness to hear what I have to say. Keo says in this speed run, you intentionally attack townsfolk to get jailed because it gets you to the palace faster. Innovation in abusing the legal system. Some dudes go to prison on purpose because they just like them. Everything's taken care of, food, lodgings. Like on Breaking Bad. There's a guy you can pay, and he'll go to prison for you. He'll kind of pretend, not pretend to be you, but he will take the rap for something you did. And he goes to prison for a fee. Breaking Bad in stores now. It's more important that you watch The Sopranos, though. If your time is limited and you can only pick one for it, make it The Sopranos. Alright, Keo's got one last thing. Only on Peacock, what could this be? Keo is touting this game as having one of the most satisfying parry systems in any game ever. Why? When you do a successful parry, do you do like a cool backflip and a little sparkle as you smile at the camera? Pardon me. Keo has the Nintendo Power Pro Tip. The Mystic Knight Shield parries can themselves cast spells. So you parry someone and they get hit by giant fireballs or lightning, or even holy light. JJ says you call them Frosted Flakes and not Frosties. Was that the commercial just now for the Frosted Flakes cereal? Because yep, that's what they've been called in advertisements my entire... Oh yeah, it was. I'm seeing the delayed feed on the YouTube. I assume you call them Fruit Loops the way that we do. Yeah, man, Frosted Flakes. Maybe the word flake, it just has a negative connotation in the UK in a way that it's not ideal for food, but I don't know. Yeah, is Tony the Tiger Frosted Flakes? Wow, JJ says you don't even get Fruit Loops. You gotta get them from import shops. Who knew? Yeah, Toucan Sam. But yeah, did you see advertisements for Frosties growing up that had the animated Tony the Tiger? Yeah, JJ's saying you have cornflakes, but Tony here, yeah, is the mascot for Frosties. Just as he... Yes, they're great. I saw those commercials way too many times as a kid on Nickelodeon. Wow, Keo says you don't have Fruit Loops in the UK. They started selling them in Spain like 5 years ago with different tie-dye variants even. Limited edition Fruit Loops. Available now at a Spanish supermarket. But yeah, everybody, that's all the news that's fit to print. So I want to thank you one last time for a great hangout. I'll see you tomorrow if you join us for the gaming hangout. And or the Saturday Night Fever stream and cart. It's going to be great. So thanks as always, everybody. JJ, have a great night. Third Bruno, see you later. Keo, have a good one. Easy Boy, if you're still around. Jack Griffith, see you later. And Shadow Ops 2. See you, Space Cowboy, says Keo. See you later. Eblo, have a good one. Vector left, I believe, and DB maybe somewhere. And everyone else out there, thanks for hanging out. Good night for now. See you on the Dark Souls circuit, and then beating the final showdown level in Sonic Spinball. Potentially abusing save states in order to do so. Bye, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Everyone in chat. Everyone beyond those who are in chat. Take care. This has been a pleasure and an honor. And I can't